The Poem of Man God, Volume 1, Chapter 1. Introduction. Jesus orders me, take a completely new notebook, write down on the first page what I dictated on August the 16th. She will be spoken of in this book. I obey and I write. Jesus says, today write only this. Purity has such a value that the womb of a creature can contain the uncontainable one. Because she possesses the greatest purity that a creature of God could have. The most holy Trinity descended with its perfections, inhabited with its three persons, enclosed its infinity in a small space. But it did not debase itself by doing so, because the love of the Virgin and the will of God widened this space until they rendered it a heaven. And the most holy Trinity made itself known by its characteristics. The Father, being once again the creator of the creature, as on the sixth day of creation, had a real worthy daughter fashioned to his perfect image. The mark of God was impressed so completely and exactly on Mary that only in the firstborn was it greater. Mary can be called the second-born of the Father, because owing to the perfection granted to her and preserved by her, and to her dignity of spouse and mother of God and Queen of heavens, she comes second after the Son of the Father, and second in his eternal thought, which Ab Eterno took delight in her. The Son, being also her Son, did teach her by the mystery of grace, his truth and wisdom, when he was but an embryo, growing in a womb. The Holy Spirit appeared amongst men for an anticipated, prolonged Pentecost. Love for her whom he loved. Consolation to men because of the fruit of a womb. Sanctification on account of the maternity of the Holy One. God to reveal himself to men in the new and complete form which starts the redemption era, did not select for his throne a star in the sky, nor the palace of a powerful man. Neither did he want the wings of angels as the base of his feet. He wanted a spotless womb. Also, Eve had been created spotless, but she wanted to become corrupt of her own free will. Mary, who lived in a corrupt world, Eve was in a pure world, did not wish to violate her purity, not even with one thought remotely connected with sin. She knew that sin exists. She saw its various and horrible forms and implications. She saw them all, including the most hideous one, deicide. But she knew them solely to expiate them and to be forever the woman who has to mercy on sinners and prays for their redemption. This thought will be the introduction to other holy things that I give you for your benefit and the welfare of many people. The Poem of Man God, Volume 1, Chapter 2. Joachim and Anne make a vow to the Lord. 22nd of August, 1944. I see the inside of a house. Inside there is an elderly woman sitting at loom. I would say, noting that her hair, which formerly was certainly jet black, is now quite grey, and the face, though not wrinkled, has the gravity that comes with age, that she must be 55 years old, not more. In estimating a woman's age, I found my calculations upon my mother's face, whose image is more than ever present to me in these times, which remind me of her final days at my bedside. The day after tomorrow it will be a year since I had my last look at her. My mother had a very youthful face, but was prematurely grey. When she was 50, she was as grey as at the end of her life. But apart from the maturity of her appearance, nothing betrayed her age. I could therefore be mistaken in estimating an age of an elderly woman. The woman I see weaving in a room, bright with the light coming from a door wide open onto a large garden, a small holding I would call it, because it smoothly extends up and down a green slope. The woman is beautiful in her definite Jewish features. Her eyes are black and deep, and while I do not know why, they remind me of the Baptists. But although they are as proud as the eyes of a queen, they are also sweet, as if a veil of blue had been laid on the flash of an eagle. Sweet and somewhat sad, as of a person who thinks of and regrets lost things. Her skin is brown, but not excessively so. Her mouth, slightly large, is well formed and is motionless in an austere setting, which, however, is not a hard one. Her nose is long and thin, slightly drooping, an aquiline nose which suits her eyes. She is well built, but not fat, well proportioned, and I think tall, judging her in a sitting position. I think she's weaving a curtain or a carpet. The many-colored shuttles move fast on the brown-colored weft, and what has already been woven shows a pretty plaited work of Greek frets and rosettes, in which green, yellow, red, and deep blue interweave and blend, as in a mosaic. The woman is wearing a very plain dark dress, a red-violet color, the hue of a special species of pansy. She stands up when she hears someone knocking at the door. She is really tall. She opens the door. A woman asks her, "Anne, will you give me your amphora? I will fill it for you." The woman has a lovely 5-year-old child with her, who at once clings to Anne's dress, and she caresses him while going into another room, and returns with a beautiful copper amphora, which she hands to the woman, saying, "You are always good to old Anne, indeed you are. May God reward you with this son and other children you will have, you fortunate one." Anne sighs. The woman looks at her and does not know what to say in the circumstances. To divert attention from the distressing situation of which she is aware, she remarks, "I am leaving Alphaeus with you, if you don't mind, so that I will be quicker, and I will fill many jars and jugs for you." Alphaeus is very pleased to stay, and the reason is clear. As soon as his mother is gone, Anne picks him up and takes him into the orchard, lifts him up to a pergola of grapes as golden as a topaz, and says to him, "Eat, eat, because they are good." And she kisses him on his little face, soiled with the juice of the grapes, which the child eats avidly. Then she laughs heartily, and at once looks younger on the account of the lovely set of teeth she displays, and the joy that shines on her face, dispelling her years. As the child asks, "And what are you going to give me now?" And he gazes at her with her large, wide-open eyes of a deep grey-blue color. She laughs and plays with him, bending on her knees, and goes on, "What will you give me if I give you, guess?" And the child, clapping his little hands with a big smile, responds, "Kisses, kisses. I will give you, nice Anne, good Anne, Mama Ann! Anne, when she hears him say, Mama Ann, gives out a real cry of joyful love and cuddles the little one, declaring, My darling, dear, dear, dear. At each dear, a kiss descends upon the rosy cheeks. Then they go to a cupboard, and from a plate she takes some honey cakes. I made them for you, darling of poor Anne, because you love me. But tell me, how much do you love me? And the child, thinking of what has impressed him most, says, As much as the temple of the Lord. Anne kisses him again on his lively little eyes, his little red lips, and the child cuddles against her like a kitten. His mother goes back and forth with a full jar and smiles without saying anything. She leaves them to their effusiveness. An elderly man comes in from the orchard. He is a little smaller than Anne, and his thick hair is completely white. His face is of a clear complexion with a squarely cut beard. His eyes are like blue turquoises, and his eyelashes are light brown, almost fair. His robe is dark brown. Anne does not see him because her back is turned to the door, and he approaches her from behind, questioning, Nothing for me? Anne turns around and says, Oh, Joachim, have you finished your work? At the same time, little Alphaeus runs to the elderly man's knees, exclaiming, Also to you! Also to you! And when the man bends down to kiss him, the child clings to his neck, ruffling his beard with his little hands and his kisses. Joachim also has his gift. He brings his left hand from behind his back and offers the child such a beautiful apple that it seems made of the finest porcelain. Smiling, he says to the child who is holding his hands out eagerly, Wait, I will cut it for you. You cannot take this as it is bigger than you. With a small pruning knife, which he carries on his belt, he cuts the fruit into small slices. He seems to be feeding a nestling. Such is the care with which he puts the morsels into the little wide open mouth that munches and chews. Look at his eyes, Joachim. Don't they look like two little wavelets of the Sea of Galilee when the evening wind draws a veil of clouds over the sky? Anne is speaking, resting one hand on her husband's shoulder, and she's leaning slightly on him too, an attitude revealing the deep love of a wife, a love still perfect after many years of marriage. And Joachim looks at her lovingly and agrees, saying, Most beautiful. And his curls, aren't they the color of crops dried in the sun? Look, in them there's a mixture of gold and copper. Ah, if we had had a child, I would have liked him thus, with these eyes and this hair. Anne is bent down. In fact, she's on her knees, and with a deep sigh she kisses the two large grey-blue eyes. Joachim, too, sighs, but he wishes to comfort her. He puts his hands on her thick, curly grey hair and whispers to her, We must continue to hope. God can do everything. While we are alive, the miracle may happen, particularly when we love him and we love each other. Joachim stresses the final phrase, but Anne is silent, dejected, and she's standing, her head bowed, to conceal 2 tears streaming down her face. Only little Alphaeus sees them, and he is confused and grieved that his great friend is crying, as he sometimes does. He lifts his hands and wipes the tears. Don't cry, Anne. We are happy just the same. At least I am, because I have you. Also I have you, but I have not given you a child. I think I have distressed the Lord, because he has made my womb barren. Oh, my wife, how can you have distressed him, you holy woman? Listen, let us go once more to the temple for this reason. Not only for the tabernacles, let us say a long prayer. Perhaps it will happen to you as it did to Sarah, as it happened to Anne of Elkanah. They waited for a long time and they considered themselves dejected because they were barren. Instead, a holy son was maturing for them in the heavens of God. Smile, my wife. Your crying is a greater sorrow to me than being without offspring. We shall take Alphaeus with us. We shall make him pray, since he's innocent, and God will hear his prayers and ours together, and will grant it. Yes, let us make a vow to the Lord. The offspring will be his, as long as he grants it. Oh, to hear me being called Mama. And Alphaeus, an astonished and little spectator, exclaims, I will call you so. Yes, my darling, but you have your mummy and I have no baby. The vision ceases here. I understand that Mary's birth cycle has begun, and I am very happy because I wanted it so much, and I think that you will be happy too. Before I began to write, I heard Mother say to me, So, my dear daughter, write about me. All your grief will be comforted. And while saying so, she laid her hand on my head, caressing me kindly. Then the vision began, but at first, that is, until I heard the 50-year-old woman being called by her name, I did not realize that I was in the presence of Mother's mother, and consequently of the grace of her birth. Poem of Man God, Volume 1, Chapter 3. Anne, praying in the temple, has her wish fulfilled. 23rd of August, 1944. Before writing the following, I wish to make a note. The house did not seem to me the well-known one of Nazareth. The location, at least, is quite different. Also, the orchard garden is larger, and beyond it, fields can be seen. Not many, but they are there. Later, when Mary is married, there's only the orchard, large, but not more than an orchard. And I have never seen in other visions the room that I saw. I do not know whether for financial reasons Mary's parents disposed of part of their property, or whether Mary, when she left the temple, moved into another house given to her perhaps by Joseph. I do not remember whether in past visions and instructions I had a clear sign that the house of Nazareth was the house where she was born. My head is very heavy with fatigue, and particularly with dictations. I forget the words at once, although the commands remain recorded in my mind and illuminate my soul, but the details fade away immediately. If after 1 hour I had to repeat what I heard, with the exception of 1 or 2 main sentences, I would not know anything else. Visions, on the contrary, remain clear in my mind, because I had to watch them myself. I hear dictations, but I see visions. Therefore they remain clear in my mind, which functioned in the following them through their various phases. I was hoping there would be a declaration on yesterday's vision. Instead, nothing. I am beginning to see, and I write. Outside the walls of Jerusalem, on the hills and among the olive trees, there is a large crowd. It looks like a large market, but there are no booths. There are no shouting charlatans or peddlers, no games. There are coarse wool tents, certainly proof against water, hanging on posts fixed to the ground, and tied to the posts there are green branches, providing both ornamental decoration and practical coolness. Other tents, instead, are made entirely of branches fixed to the ground and tied in a ridge fashion. thus forming small green tunnels. Under each tent there are people of every age and condition, speaking quietly and earnestly, with the cry of a child breaking the quietness now and again. It is nightfall, and the lights of small oil lamps are glittering here and there throughout the odd camp. Around the lights, some families are taking their supper on the ground, the mothers holding their little ones in their laps. Many of these tired infants fall asleep holding pieces of bread in their tiny pink fingers, while their small heads fall on their mothers' breasts like little chicks under hens. The mothers finish their meals as best they can, each with only one hand free, while the other hand is holding the child against her heart. Meanwhile, other families are not yet supping and are talking in the dimness of twilight, waiting for the food to be ready for eating. Small fires are lit here and there, and women are busy around them. Slow, somewhat plaintive lullabies soothe children who are having difficulty in going to sleep. High above is a beautiful clear sky, which is becoming a deeper and deeper blue until it looks like an enormous black-bluish, soft velvet velarium. On this cloth, a little at a time, invisible craftsmen and decorators fix gems and night lights, some isolated, some in odd geometrical patterns, amongst which stand out the great bear and the little bear in the shape of a cart, with its shaft resting on the ground after the oxen have been freed from the yoke. The pole star is smiling in all its brightness. I realize it's October because of the loud voice of a man says so. "This month of October is beautiful as very rarely in past years." Here is Anne coming from a fire with something in her hands, spread over a loaf of bread which is large and flat like a cake and serves also as a tray. Little Alphaeus is holding on to her skirt and is prattling in his little voice. Joachim, who sees Anne approaching, hastens to light his lamp. He's at the entrance of his little hut made of branches and is speaking to a man about 30 years old, whom Alphaeus greets from a distance in a shrill voice, saying, "Daddy!" Anne, in her stately walk, passes along the rows of huts. She is stately yet humble. She is not haughty with anyone. She picks up a child of a very poor woman, as the urchin had fallen at her feet while running like a little scamp. Since he has dirtied his face and is crying, Anne cleans him, comforts him, and hands him to his mother, who has run towards them and is apologizing. Anne says to her, "Oh, it's nothing. I am glad he did not hurt himself. He's a lovely child. What age is he?" 3 years. He's my second youngest, and I'm expecting another one shortly. I have 6 boys. Now I would like to have a girl. A girl is a lot for her mother. "The Most High has consoled you very much, woman," sighs Anne. And the woman goes on, "Yes, I am poor, but the children are our joy, and the bigger ones already help with the work. And madam," it is very obvious that Anne is of a higher social standing, and the woman realizes it, "how many children have you got?" "None." "None? Isn't this one yours?" "No, he's the son of a very good neighbor. He's my consolation." Did yours die, or—" I never had any." "Oh." The poor woman looks at her pitifully. Anne says goodbye to her, sighing very heavily, and goes to her hut. "I've kept you waiting, Joachim. I was held up by a poor woman, the mother of 6 boys. Fancy that! And she's expecting another child shortly." Joachim sighs. Alphaeus's father calls him, but he answers, "I am staying with Anne. I will help her." Everybody laughs. Leave him, he does not disturb us. He's not bound by the law yet. Here or there he's but a little bird eating, states Anne. And she sits down with the child in her lap and gives him some cake, and I think some roasted fish. I can see that she does something before giving it to him. Perhaps she removes a fishbone. She has served her husband first. She eats last. The night is more and more crowded with stars and the camp with lights. Then, little by little, many lights go out. They are the lamps of those who were the first to have supper and who now go to sleep. Also, the buzzing slowly decreases. No more children's voices are heard. Only some babies, still unweaned, raise their lamb-like little voices, seeking their mother's milk. The night blows her breath over places and people, and obliterates pains, memories, hopes, and ill feelings. Nay, perhaps these last two survive in dreams, although alleviated by sleep. Anne says to her husband while lulling Alphaeus, who is falling asleep in her arms, "Last night I dreamt that next year I will be coming to the holy city for 2 feasts instead of 1 only, and one will be the offering of my creature to the temple. Oh, Joachim." "Do hope, Anne. Did you not perceive anything else? Did not the Lord whisper anything to your heart?" "Nothing, only a dream." "Tomorrow is the last day of prayer. All the offerings have already been made, but we will renew them again tomorrow solemnly. We shall gain our favor from God by our faithful love. I always think that it will happen to you as it did to Anne of Elkanah." "May God grant it. And I wish I had someone say to me now, 'Go in peace.' The God of Israel has granted the grace you asked for." "If the grace comes, your child will tell you, turning over for the first time in your womb. And it will be the voice of an innocent, therefore the voice of God." The camp is now silent in darkness. Anne also takes Alphaeus to the adjoining hut and puts him on the bed near his little brothers, who are already asleep. Then she lies down beside Joachim, and their lamp also goes out, one of the little stars on earth. More beautiful, the stars in the vault of heaven remain watching over mankind asleep. Jesus says, "The just are always wise, because as friends of God, they live in his company and are taught by him. Yes, by him, infinite wisdom." My grandparents were just, and therefore they possessed wisdom. They could quote accurately from the book, singing the praises of wisdom from its context. She it was I loved and searched for from my youth. I resolved to have her as my bride. Anne of Aaron was the strong woman of whom our ancestor speaks, and Joachim, as descendant of King David, had not sought so much charm and wealth as virtue. Anne possessed a great virtue, all holy attributes joined together like a sweet-smelling bunch of flowers to become one beautiful thing that was this exceptional virtue, a real virtue, worthy of being set before the throne of God. Joachim had therefore married wisdom twice, loving her more than any other woman, the wisdom of God enshrined in the heart of a just woman. Anne of Aaron had not sought anything else but to join her life to that of an upright man, certain that family joy lies in uprighteousness. And to be the embodiment of the strong woman, she lacked only the crown of children. The glory of the married woman, the justification of marriage, the one of which Solomon speaks. As for her happiness, she lacked children. The flowers of a tree that has become one thing with the adjoining tree, and attains thereof abundance of new fruit, in which the two good qualities blend into one, because she had never experienced any disappointment on account of her husband. Although she was now approaching old age and had been Joachim's wife for many years, she was always for him the spouse of his youth, his joy, the most dear hind, the graceful fawn, whose caresses always had the fresh charm of the first nuptial evening and sweetly fascinated his love, keeping it as fresh as a flower sprinkled with dew and as ardent as a fire continuously kept burning. Therefore, in their affliction, in their childless state, they spoke to each other words of consolation in their thoughts and troubles. And eternal wisdom, when the time came, besides teaching them in waking consciousness, enlightened them with dreams at night, visions of the poem of glory that was to come from them and was Most Holy Mary, my mother. If their humility made them hesitant, their heart trembled in hope at the first hint of God's promise. There was already certainty in Joachim's words. Do hope. We shall gain our favor from God by our faithful love. They were dreaming of a child. They got the Mother of God. The words of the Book of Wisdom appeared to be written for them. By means of her, I shall acquire glory before the people. By means of her, immortality shall be mine, and I shall leave an everlasting memory to my successors. But to obtain all this, they had to be masters of a true and lasting virtue, which no event marred. Virtue of faith, virtue of charity, virtue of hope, and virtue of chastity. The chastity of a married couple. They possessed it. Because it is not necessary to be virgins to be chaste, and chaste nuptial beds are guarded by angels, and from them descend good children, who make the virtue of their parents the rule of their lives. But now, where are they now? Now children are not wanted, neither is chastity. I therefore say that love and marriage are desecrated. The Poem of Man God, Volume 1, Chapter 4. With a canticle, Anne announces that she is a mother. 24th of August, 1944. I see Joachim and Anne's house once again. Nothing has changed inside, with the exception that there are many branches full of flowers, placed in amphoras here and there, harvested from the pruned trees in the orchard, all in bloom. The orchard looks like a cloud, their colors varying from snow white to the red of certain corals. Also, Anne's work is different. On the smaller of two looms, she is weaving some lovely linen cloth and is singing, moving her feet to the rhythm of the song. She is singing and smiling. At whom? At herself. At something that she's aware of inside. I have written separately the slow and yet gay song so that I might follow it, for she repeats it several times, as if she rejoices in it. She sings it more and more loudly, with certainty, like someone who found a melody in her heart, and at first whispers it softly, and then being sure, proceeds faster and a higher tone. The slow and yet gay song, which I am transcribing because it is so sweet in its simplicity. says, "Glory to the Almighty Lord, who had love for the children of David. Glory to the Lord. His supreme grace has visited me from heaven. The old tree has borne a new branch, and I am blessed. At the feast of light, hope scattered the seed. Now the fragrance of Nisan sees it blooming. Like an almond tree, my flesh is adorned with flowers in spring. In the evening she perceives she is bearing her fruit. On that branch there is a rose, an apple most sweet, most fair. There's a bright star, an innocent child. There's the joy of the house, of the husband and wife. Praise be to God, who had mercy on me. His light said to me, a star will come to you. Glory, glory, you shall be the fruit, the first and last, holy and pure, as the gift of the Lord. Yours it shall be, and may joy and peace come on earth. Fly shuttle fasten the yarn for the infant's cloth. The infant is about to be born. May the song of my heart rise to God, singing Hosanna. Joachim comes in when she is about to repeat her song for the 4th time. Are you happy, Anne? You look like a bird in spring. What song is that? I have never heard anyone sing it. Where does it come from? From my heart, Joachim. Anne has got up and is now moving toward her husband, smiling happily. She looks younger and lovelier than ever. I did not know you were a poet, declares her husband, looking at her with obvious admiration. They do not look like an elderly couple. In their glances, there is the fondness of young couples. I come from the other end of the orchard when I heard you singing. For years I had not heard your voice, that of a turtle dove in love. Do you mind repeating that song for me? I would repeat it even if you did not ask me. The children of Israel have always entrusted to songs the sincere cries of their hopes, joys, and pains. I have entrusted to a song the task of telling myself and you a great joy. Yes, also of telling myself, because it is such a great thing that although I am sure of it now, it does not yet seem to me to be true. And she begins the song over again. But when she comes to the point, on that branch there is a rose, There's a most sweet apple, a star. Her well-tuned contralto voice at first trembles, then it breaks, and with a sob of joy she looks at Joachim, and raising her arms she cries, "I am a mother, darling." And she takes refuge on his heart, between the arms that he has held out and has now clasped around his happy wife. This is the most chaste and happy embrace that I have ever seen in my life, chaste and ardent in his chastity. And the sweet reproach is whispered over Anne's grey hair. "And you are not telling me?" "Because I wanted to be sure. Old as I am, to know that I am a mother, I could not believe it was true. I did not want to give you the most bitter disappointment of all. Since the end of December, I have perceived that my womb was becoming new and bearing. As I say, a new branch. But now, on that branch, the fruit is certain. See, that linen is for the one that is coming." "Is it not the linen that you bought in Jerusalem in October?" "Yes, it is. I spun it while I was waiting and hoping. I was hoping because the last day when I was praying in the temple, as close as possible for a woman to be to the house of God, and it was already evening. Remember that I was saying, a little longer, a little more. I could not withdraw from the place without receiving the grace. Well, in the growing darkness from inside the sacred place, where I was watching from the depth of my soul to obtain assent from the ever-present God, I saw a light, a spark of beautiful light depart. It was as white as the moon, and yet it had in itself all the brightness of all the pearls and gems that are in the world. It seemed that one of the precious stars of the veil, the stars placed under the foot of the cherubim, had become detached and bright with a supernatural light. It seemed that beyond the sacred veil, from the glory itself, a fire started which came quickly toward me, and while cutting through the air, it sang with a heavenly voice, chanting, "May what you asked for come to you." That is why I sing. A star will come to you. What child will ours ever be, since it reveals itself as the light of a star in the temple and in the Feast of Lights? Did you perhaps foresee rightly when you thought I would be a new Anne of Elkanah? How shall we name our creature, whom I perceive talking to me in my womb as sweetly as the melody of waters, with its little heart beating repeatedly like the heart of a pretty turtle dove held in one's hands? If it is a boy, we shall call him Samuel. If a girl, Star, the word that stopped your song to give me the joy of learning that I am a father. The form it took to reveal itself in the holy shade of the temple. Star, our star. Because I don't know why, but I think it is a girl. I think that such sweet caresses can only come from a most sweet daughter. Because I do not bear her. I have no pain. It is she who takes me on a blue, flowery path, as if I were supported by holy angels, and the earth was already far away. I've always heard women say it is painful to conceive and to bear, but I have no pain. I feel strong, young, fresher than when I presented you with my virginity in my far-away youth. Daughter of God, because this creature born of a barren stump is more of God than ours. She gives no pain to her mother. She only brings her peace and blessings, the fruits of God, her true Father. Mary, then, we shall call her, star of our sea, pearl, happiness, the name of the first great woman in Israel. But she will never sin against the Lord, and to him only she will give her songs, because she is offered to him, a victim before being born. Yes, she is offered to him, male or female, as it may be. After rejoicing for 3 years over our creature, we shall give it to the Lord, victims ourselves with her, for the glory of God. I do not see or hear anything else. Jesus says, wisdom, after enlightening them with dreams at night, descended, breath of the power of God, pure emanation of the glory of the Almighty, and became word for the barren one. He who already saw his time for redemption close at hand, I, Christ, Anne's grandson, almost 50 years later, by means of the word, will work miracles on barren, diseased, possessed, desolate women, and on all the miseries of the world. But in the meantime, for the joy of having a mother, I whisper a mysterious word in the shade of the temple that contained the hopes of Israel, of the temple now at the end of its life, because a new and real temple is about to come on earth, no longer containing the hopes of one people, but the certainty of paradise for the people of the whole world, and for centuries and centuries until the end of the world. And this word works the miracle of making fertile what was barren, and also the miracle of giving me a mother, who not only had the best disposition, as was natural she should have, being born of 2 saints, but the unique creature had an immaculate soul. She not only had a good soul, as many others still have, not only a continuous increase of goodness because of the good will, not only an immaculate body, but Mary had an immaculate soul. You have seen the continuous generation of souls from God. Now think of what must have been the beauty of this soul, which the Father looked fondly on before time existed, which formed the delight of the Trinity, which Trinity longed to adorn it with its gifts, to present it to itself. O most holy Mary, that God created for himself, and then for the salvation of men, bearer of the Saviour, you were the first salvation, living paradise. With your smile, you began to sanctify the world. The soul created to be soul of the Mother of God. When this vital spark derived from the more lively throb of the threefold love of the Trinity, the angels rejoiced, because paradise had never seen a brighter light. Like a petal of heavenly rose, a mystical and precious petal that was a gem and a flame, the breath of God descended to give life to a body quite differently to others. It descended so powerful in its ardor that guilt could not contaminate it. It came through the heavens and enclosed itself in a holy womb. The world had its flower, but did not yet know the true, unique flower that blooms eternally. Lily, rose, sweet-smelling violet and jasmine, helianthus and cyclamen blended together, and with them all the flowers on earth in one flower only, Mary, in whom every grace and virtue is gathered together. In April, the land of Palestine looked like a huge garden, and the fragrance and colors delighted the hearts of men. But the most beautiful rose was still unknown. She was already flowering to God in the secrecy of her mother's womb, because my mother loved since she was conceived. But only when the vine gives its blood to make wine and the sweet, strong smells fill the yards and the nostrils. She would smile to God first and then to the world, saying with a most innocent smile, "Here, the vine that will give you the bunch of grapes to be squeezed in the winepress, so that it will become eternal medicine for your disease, is amongst you." I said, Mary loved since she was conceived. What is it that gives light and knowledge to the soul? Grace. What is it that removes grace? Original sin and the mortal one. Mary the Immaculate was never deprived of the remembrance of God, of his closeness, his love, his light, his wisdom. She was therefore able to understand and love when she was but flesh forming around an immaculate soul that continued to love. Later I will let you contemplate mentally the depths of Mary's virginity. You will have a spell of heavenly ecstasy, as when I allowed you to consider our eternity. In the meantime, consider how to bear a creature free from the stain that deprives one of God, that gives the mother a superior intelligence and makes a prophetess of her, although she has conceived in a natural and human way, the prophetess of her daughter, whom she calls Daughter of God, and consider what would have happened if innocent children had been born of innocent first parents, as God wanted. Man, you state that you are setting out to be Superman, and with your vices are only setting out to be Superdemon. The possibility of existing and living without the contamination of Satan, leaving to God the administration of life, knowledge, and goodness, would have been the means to make you Superman, not wishing more than what God had given you, and which was little less than infinite. And thus, in an evolution toward perfection, you would have been able to generate children who should be men in their bodies and sons of the intelligence in their souls, victors, strong giants over Satan, who would have been vanquished so many thousand centuries before the hour when he will be humiliated and all his evil with him. The Poem of Man God, Volume 1, Chapter 5, Birth of the Virgin Mary, 26th of August, 1944. I see Anne coming out of the garden. She's leaning on the arm of a relative who is like her. She's obviously several months pregnant, and she looks tired, and her fatigue is not alleviated by the sultriness, just as this present heat is exhausting me. Although the garden is shady, it is very hot and close. The air can be cut like a soft, warm dough, it is so heavy. The sun's rays descend from a merciless blue sky, and there is some dust, making the atmosphere slightly dull. The weather must have been dry for a long time, because where there is no irrigation, the land is literally reduced to a very fine, almost white dust. Out in the open, this shade of white is slightly pink, whereas it is a dark red-brown under the trees, where the soil is damp. Likewise, the ground is moist along the small flower beds, where rows of vegetables are growing, and around the rose bushes, the jasmines and other flowers, and particularly in front of and along the beautiful pergola, which divides the orchard in two, up to the beginning of the fields now stripped of their crops. The grass of the meadow, which marks the boundary of the property, is parched and thin. Only at its border, where there is a hedge of wild hawthorn, already completely studded with the rubies of its little fruits, is the grass greener and thicker. There are some sheep, thereabouts, with a young shepherd seeking pasture and shade. Joachim is working around the rows of vines and olive trees. There are 2 men with him, helping him. Although an elderly man, he is quick and works eagerly. They are opening little channels at the end of a field to give water to the dry plants. And this water makes its way gurgling between the grass and the dry land. The flow forms circles that for one moment resembles a yellowish crystal, and seconds later are only rings of wet soil around the overloaded vine branches and the olive trees. Along the shady pergola, under which golden bees are buzzing, greedy for the sugar of the golden grapes, Anne moves slowly toward Joachim, who hastens towards her as soon as he sees her. "You came so far." "The house is as hot as an oven." "And you suffer from it." "The only suffering of this last hour is that of a pregnant woman. The natural suffering of everybody, man and beast." "Don't get too warm, Joachim." "The water we have been hoping for such a long time, and that for fully 3 days seemed so close, has not yet come, and the country is parched. We are lucky to have a spring so near and so rich in water. I have opened the channels. It is a measure of relief for the plants, which have withering leaves and are covered with dust, just enough to keep them alive. If it would only rain." Joachim, with the eagerness of all farmers, looks at the sky, while Anne, tired, cools herself with a fan that seems to be made of the dry leaf of a palm, interwoven with many-colored threads, keeping it firm. Anne's companion interrupts. "Over there, beyond the great Herman, fast clouds are rising. There is a northern wind. It will refreshen and perhaps bring rain." "The breeze has risen for 3 days, and then it sets when the moon rises. It will do the same again." Joachim is discouraged. "Let us go back home. Even here one can hardly breathe, and in any case I think it is better to go back," says Anne, who looks more olive-hued than usual, owing to a paleness which has come over her face. "Are you in pain?" "No, but I can feel the great peace that I experienced in the temple when I was granted the grace, and which I felt once again when I knew I was pregnant. It is like an ecstasy, a sweet sleep of the body, while the soul rejoices and calms itself in a peace that has no bodily parallel. I have loved and still do love you, Joachim, and when I entered your house, I said to myself, I am the wife of a just man, and I had peace. And I felt the same every time your provident love took care of your Anne. But this peace is different. Understand, I think that the soul of our father Jacob was invaded by a similar peace, like the soothing given by oil that spreads and appeases after he dreamt of the angels. And possibly more accurately, it is like the joyful peace of the Tobias after Raphael appeared to them. If I absorb myself in this feeling, it grows more and more in strength while I enjoy it. It is as if I were ascending into the blue spaces of the sky. And furthermore, I don't know the reason for it, but since I have had this peaceful joy in me, I have a song in my heart, old Tobias' song. I think it was written for this hour, for this joy, for the land of Israel that received it, for Jerusalem, sinner and now forgiven. But do not laugh at the frenzy of a mother. But when I say, thank the Lord for your wealth and bless the God of centuries, that he may rebuild his tabernacle in you. I think that he who will rebuild the tabernacle of the true God in Jerusalem will be this one who is about to be born. And I also think that the destiny of my creature was prophesied, and not the fate of the holy city, when the song says, "You shall shine with a bright light. All the peoples of the world would prostrate themselves before you. The nations will come bringing gifts. They will worship the Lord in you, and will hold your land as sacred, because within you they invoke the great name. You will be happy on account of your children, because they will all be blessed, and they will gather near the Lord. Blessed are those who love you and rejoice in your peace. And I am the first to rejoice, her happy mother." Anne changes colour when saying these words, and she lights up like something brought from the paleness of moonlight to the brightness of a great fire, and vice versa. Sweet tears, of which she's unaware, run down her cheeks, and she smiles in her joy. And in the meantime she moves toward the house, walking between her husband and her relative, who listen and, deeply moved, are silent. They make haste, because clouds driven by a strong wind rush across and gather in the sky, while the plain darkens and shudders at the warning of a storm. When they reach the threshold of the dwelling, a first livid flash of lightning crosses the sky, and the rumble of the first peal of thunder sounds like the roll of a huge drum that mingles with the arpeggio of the first drops on the parched leaves. They all go in, and Anne withdraws, while Joachim, standing at the door, talks with the workers, who have in the meantime joined him. The conversation is about the longed-for water, which is a blessing for the parched land. But their joy turns into fear, because a very violent storm is approaching, with lightning and clouds threatening hail. "If the cloud bursts, it will crush the grapes and the olives like a millstone. Poor me!" Joachim is also anxious for his wife, whose time has come to give birth to a child. His relative assures him that Anne is not suffering at all, but he is agitated, and every time his relative or any other woman, amongst whom is Alphaeus's mother, comes out of Anne's room and goes back in again with hot water and basins and linens dried near the blazing fireplace, he goes and makes inquiries, but he does not calm down despite their reassurances. Also, the lack of cries from Anne worries him. He says, "I am a man, and I have never seen a child being born, but I remember hearing that the absence of throes is fatal." It is growing dark, and the evening is preceded by a furious and very violent storm. It brings torrential rain, wind, lightning, everything except hail, which has fallen elsewhere. One of the workers notices the ferocity of the gale. "It looks as if Satan has come out of Gehenna with his demons. Look at those black clouds. You can smell sulphur in the air, and you can hear whistling and hisses, wailing and cursing voices. If it is him, he is furious this evening." The other worker laughs and scoffs. "Ha! A great prey must have escaped him, or Michael has struck him with a new thunderbolt from God, and he has had his horns and tail clipped and burnt." A woman passes by and shouts, "Joachim, it's coming, and it is happening quickly and well." And she disappears with a small amphora in her hands. The storm drops suddenly, after one last thunderbolt that is so violent that it throws the three men against the side wall, and in front of the house, In the garden, a black, smoky cavity remains as its memory. Meanwhile, a cry, one resembling the tiny plea of a little turtle dove that for the very first time no longer peeps but coos, is heard from beyond Anne's door. And at the same time, a huge rainbow stretches its semicircle across the sky. It rises, or seems to rise, from the top of Hermon, which, kissed by the sun, looks like a most delicate pinkish alabaster. It rises up in the clear September sky, and through an atmosphere cleaned of all impurities, it crosses over the hills of Galilee and the plain to the south, and over another mountain, and seems to rest the other end on the distant horizon, where it drops from view behind a chain of high mountains. "We have never seen anything like this. Look, look! It seems to enclose in a circle the whole of the land of Israel. And look, there is already a star in the sky, while the sun has not yet set. What a star! It is shining like a huge diamond. And the moon over there is a full moon, 3 days early, but look how she is shining." The women arrive jubilant with a plump little baby wrapped in plain linens. It is Mary, the mother, a very tiny Mary, who could sleep in the arms of a child. A Mary, as long, at most, as an arm, with a little head of ivory dyed pale pink. Her tiny carmine lips no longer cry, but are set in the instinctive act of sucking. They are so small that one cannot understand how they will be able to take a teat. Her pretty little nose is between 2 tiny round cheeks, and when they get her eyes to open by teasing her, they see 2 small parts of the sky, 2 innocent blue points that look but cannot see, between thin, fair eyelashes. Also, her hair on her little round head is a pinkish blonde, like the color of certain honeys, which are almost white. Her ears are 2 small shells, transparent, perfect. Her tiny hands, what are those 2 little things groping in the air and ending up in a mouth? Closed as they are now, they are 2 rosebuds that split the green of their sepals and show their silk within. When they are open as now, they are 2 ivory jewels, made of pink ivory and alabaster, with 5 petal garnets as nails. How will those 2 tiny hands be able to dry so many tears? And her little feet, where are they? For the time being, they are just kicking, hidden under the linens. But now the relative sits down and uncovers her. Oh, the little feet! They are about 4 centimeters long. Each sole is a coral shell, with a snow-white top veined in blue. Her toes are masterpieces of Lilliputian sculpture. They too are crowned with small scales of pale garnet. But where will they find small sandals? When those little feet of a doll will take their first steps, sandals small enough to fit such tiny feet, and how will those little feet be able to go such a long way and bear so much pain under the cross? But that, for the time being, is not known, and the onlookers smile and laugh at her kicking, at her well-shaped legs, at her minute, plumpish thighs that form dimples and rings, At her little tummy, a cup turned upside down, at her tiny, perfect chest. Under the skin of her breast, as soft as fine silk, the movement of her breathing can be seen, and the beating of her little heart can be heard. If, as her happy father is now doing, one lays one's lips there for a kiss. This is the most beautiful little heart the world will ever know, the only immaculate heart of a human being. And her back? They are now turning her over, and they can see the curve of her kidneys, and then the plump shoulders, and the pink nape of her neck, which is so strong that the little head lifts itself up on the arch of the minute vertebrae. It looks like the little head of a bird that scans the new world that it views. She, the pure and chaste one, protests with a little cry at being thus exposed to the eyes of so many. She, entirely virgin, the holy and immaculate, whom no man will ever see nude again, protests. Do cover this bud of a lily, which will never be opened on earth, and which, still remaining a bud, will bear its flower, even more beautiful than herself. Only in heaven the lily of the Trine Lord will open all its petals, because up there is no particle of fault that may unwillingly profane its spotlessness, because up there the Trine God is to be received in the presence of the whole Empyrean, the Trine God that within a few years, hidden in a faultless heart, will be in her, Father, Son, Spouse. Here she is again, in her linens, in the arms of her earthly father, whom she resembles. Not at the moment. Now she's just a little human baby. I mean that she will be like him when she has grown into a woman. She has nothing of her mother. She has her father's color of complexion and eyes, and certainly also his hair. His hair is now white, but when he was young, it was certainly fair, as one can tell from his eyebrows. She has her father's features made more perfect and gentle being a woman. But that special woman. She has also the smile, the glance, the way of moving and height of her father. Thinking of Jesus, as I see him, I find Anne has given her height to her grandson, and a deep ivory colour to his skin. Mary, instead, has not the stateliness of her mother, a tall and supple palm tree, but she has the kindness of her father. Also the women are speaking of the storm and the unusual state of the moon, of the presence of the star and the rainbow. Along with Joachim, they enter the happy mother's room and give her the baby. Anne smiles at one of her thoughts. She is the star, she says. Her sign is in heaven. Mary, ark of peace. Mary, my star. Mary, pure moon. Mary, our pearl. Are you calling her Mary? Yes, Mary, star and pearl and light and peace. But it means also bitterness. Are you not afraid of bringing her misfortune? God is with her. She belongs to him before she existed. He will lead her along his ways, and all bitterness will turn into heavenly honey. Now be of your mummy for a little longer, before being all of God. and the vision ends on the first sleep of Anne, a mother, and Mary, an infant. The Poem of Man God, Volume 1, Chapter 5, The Birth of the Virgin Mary, Part 2. 27th of August, 1944. Jesus says, "Rise and make haste, my little friend. I am longing to take you with me on the heavenly contemplation of Mary's virginity. You will emerge from this experience with your soul as fresh as if you too were created at the moment by the Father. A little Eve, not yet aware of the flesh. You will emerge with your soul filled with light, because you will plunge into God's masterpiece. You will emerge with your whole being saturated in love, because you will have understood the degree to which God can love. To speak of the conception of Mary, the Immaculate, means to penetrate the sky, light, and love. Come and read her glories in the book of the Ancestor. God possessed me at the beginning of his works, from the beginning before the creation. From everlasting I was firmly set. In the beginning before earth came into being, the deep did not yet exist, and I was already conceived. The springs did not yet gush with water, and the mountains had not risen in their huge masses. Neither were the hills jewels in the sun when I came to birth. God had not yet made the earth, the rivers, the foundation of the world, and I was there. When he prepared the heavens, I was present. When with immutable laws he enclosed the deep under the surface, when he fixed the heavens firm, and he suspended there the springs of water, when he assigned the sea its boundaries, and gave laws to the waters, when he ordered the waters not to invade the shore, when he laid down the foundations of the earth, I was with him, arranging everything. I always played joyfully in his presence. I played in the universe." You applied these words to wisdom, but they speak of her, the beautiful mother, the holy mother, the virgin mother of wisdom that I am, who am now speaking to you. I wanted you to write the first line of the song at the top of the book that speaks of her, that she might be contemplated and the consolation and joy of God might be known. The reason for the constant, perfect, intimate delight of this God one in trine, who rules and loves you and who received from man so many reasons for being sad. The reason why he perpetuated the human race, even when at the very first test humanity deserved to be destroyed. The reason for the forgiveness you have received. To have Mary that loved him. Oh, it was well worthwhile creating man and allowing him to exist and decreeing to forgive him. To have the beautiful Virgin, the Holy Virgin, the Immaculate Virgin, the loving Virgin, the beloved daughter, the most pure mother, and the loving spouse. God has given you so much, and would have given you even more to possess the creature of his delight, the son of his son, the flower of his garden. And he continues to give you so much on account of her, at her request, for her joy, because her joy flows into the joy of God and increases it with flashes that fill the light. The great light of paradise with brilliant sparkles, and every sparkle is a grace to the universe, to mankind, to the blessed souls who reply with a jubilant cry of Alleluia to each generation of divine miracle. created by the desire of the Blessed Trinity, to see the sparkling smile of joy of the Virgin. God desired to put a king in the universe that he had created out of nothing. A king who by the nature of matter should be the first amongst all the creatures created with matter and endowed with matter. A king who by nature of the Spirit should be little less than divine, united to grace as he was in his first innocent day. But the Supreme Mind, to whom all the most remote events in centuries are known, incessantly sees what was, is, and will be. And while it contemplates the past and observes the present, it penetrates deeply with its foresight into the most distant future, and knows in every detail how the last man will die. Without confusion or discontinuity, the Supreme Mind has always known that the King created to be demigod at its side in heaven, heir of the Father, would arrive adult in his kingdom, after living in the house of his mother, the earth with which he was made, during his childhood as child of the Eternal Father for his stay on earth. The Supreme Mind has always known that man would have committed against himself the crime of killing grace in himself and the theft of robbing himself of heaven. Why then did he create him? Certainly, many ask themselves why. Would you have preferred not to exist? Does this day not deserve in itself to be lived, although so poor and bare, and rendered harsh by your wickedness, so that you may know and admire the infinite beauty that the hand of God has sown in the universe? For whom would he have created the stars and planets that fly like thunderbolts and arrows, furrowing the vaults of heaven, or dash majestically in their rush of meteors, and yet seem slow, presenting you with light and seasons eternally immutable, and yet always mutable? They give you a new page to read on the sky, every evening, every month, every year, as if they wish to say, forget your restriction, forsake your printed matter, which is full of obscure, putrid, dirty, poisonous, false, swearing, corrupting material, and rise, at least with your eyes, to the unlimited freedom of the firmament. Make your souls bright, looking at so clear a sky. Build up a supple of light to take to your dark prison. Read the word that we write, singing a sidereal chorus, which is more harmonious than the one drawn from a cathedral organ. The word that we write while shining, the word that we write while loving, because we always bear in mind him who gave us the joy of existing, and we love him for giving us our existence, our brightness, our movement, our freedom, our beauty in the midst of the gentle azure, beyond which we can see an even more sublime blue, paradise. And we fulfill the second part of his commandment of love by loving you, our universal neighbors, loving you by giving you guidance and light, warmth and beauty. Read the word we say, the one on which we modulate our singing, our brightness, our smile. God. For whom would he have made the blue sea, the mirror of the sky, the way to the land, the smile of waters, the voice of waves? The sea itself is a word that with the rustling of silk, with the smiles of happy girls, with the sighs of old people who remember and weep, with the clamour of violence, with clashes and roars, always speaks and says, God. The sea is for you, as the sky and the stars. And with the sea, the lakes and the rivers, the ponds and the streams, the pure springs, all of which serve to nourish you, to quench your thirst, to clean you. And they serve you, serving their Creator, without submerging you, as you deserve. For whom would he have made the countless families of animals, the beautifully colored birds that fly singing, and other animals that are like servants, run, work, nourish you, and succor you, their kings? For whom would he have created the countless families of plants and flowers that look like butterflies, like gems and motionless birds, and the families of fruits that are like jewels and wood jewels cases, and species of green pasture that are a carpet for your feet, and the trees that form shelters for your heads, a welcome relaxation and joy to your minds, your limbs, your sight and smell? For whom would he have made the minerals in the bowels of the earth, and the salt dissolved in cold and boiling springs, the iodines, the bromines, unless one should enjoy them, one who was not God, but the Son of God, the one, the man? The joy of God lacked nothing. God had no need. He is sufficient in himself. He has only to contemplate himself to rejoice, to nourish himself, to live, to rest. The whole creation has not increased by one atom his infinite joy, beauty, life, or power. He made everything for the creature that he wanted to place as king in the work made by him. That creature is man. It is worthwhile living to see such a work of God, and to be grateful to his power that gives you the opportunity. And you must be grateful to be alive. You should have been grateful, even if you had to wait till doomsday to be redeemed, because you have been prevaricators, proud, lascivious, and murderers in your first parents, and you are still so individually. Yet God allows you to enjoy the beauty of the universe, the goodness of the universe, and he treats you as if you were good children, who are taught and granted everything so that their lives might be happier and more pleasant. What you know by the light of God. What you discover through the guidance of God, in goodness. Other knowledge and discoveries that bear the mark of evil come from the supreme evil, Satan. The supreme mind that knows everything, before man existed, knew that man would be a thief and self-murderer. And as the eternal goodness has no limits in being good, before guilt existed, he thought of the means to obliterate guilt. The means, I, the Word. The instrument to render the means, an efficient instrument, Mary. And the Virgin was created in the sublime mind of God. Everything was created for me, beloved Son of the Father. I, King, should have had under my divine royal feet carpets and jewels such as no royal palace had, and songs and voices and servants and ministers around me as no sovereign ever possessed, and flowers and gems, all the sublime, the greatness, the kindness that may derive from a thought of a God. But I was to be flesh as well as spirit, flesh to save the flesh, flesh to sublime the flesh, taking it to heaven many centuries before its time. Because the flesh inhabited by the Spirit is God's masterpiece, and heaven had already been made for it. In order to become flesh, I needed a mother. To be God, it was necessary that the Father was God. Then God created his spouse and said to her, "Come with me. At my side, see what I am doing for our son. Look and rejoice, eternal virgin, eternal maiden, and may your smile fill this empyrean, give the angels their starting note, and teach paradise celestial harmony. I am looking at you, and I see you as you will be, immaculate woman, who are now only a spirit, the spirit in which I rejoice. I am looking at you, and I give the sea and the firmament the blue of your eyes, the holy corn the color of your hair, whiteness to the lily and a rosy color to the rose, like your silky skin. I copy the pearls from your minute teeth. I make the sweet strawberries watching your mouth, and I give the nightingale your notes, and the turtle doves your weeping. And reading your future thoughts and listening to your throbs of your heart, I have the motive of guidance in my creating. Come, my joy, have the worlds as a plaything, as long as you will be the dancing light of my thought. Have the worlds for your smile. Have wreaths and necklaces of stars. Place the moon under your gentle feet. Make Galatea your stellar scarf. The stars and planets are for you. Come and enjoy looking at the flowers. That will be a childish joy for your baby and a pillow for the son of your womb. Come and see sheep and lambs, eagles and doves being created. Stay beside me when I make the hollows of the seas and grooves of the rivers, and I raise the mountains and I adorn them with snow and forests. Stay here while I sow fudders and trees and vines, and I make the olive tree for you, my peaceful one, and the vine for you, my vine branch, who will bear the Eucharistic bunch of grapes. Run, fly, rejoice, my beauty, and may the universe, which is created hour by hour, learn from you to love me, my love, and may it become more beautiful owing to your smile, mother of my son, queen of my paradise, love of your God. And again, seeing the fault and admiring the faultless one, come to me, you who wipe out the bitterness of human disobedience, of human fornication with Satan, and of human ingratitude. I will take with you my revenge over Satan. God, the Father Creator, had created man and woman with such a perfect law of love that you cannot even understand its perfection any longer, and you become lost in wondering how the human species would have come to be if man had not been taught by Satan how to obtain the current state of corrupted love. Look at the fruit and seed plants. Do they produce seed and fruit by means of fornication? By means of one fecundation out of 100 copulations? No. The pollen emerges from the male flower, and driven by a complex of meteoric and magnetic laws, it proceeds to the ovary of the female flower. The latter opens, receives it, and produces. It does not pollute itself and then refuse it, as you do, to enjoy the same sensation the following day. It produces, and until the new season it does not get pollinated, and when it does, it is only to produce. Look at the animals, all of them. Have you ever seen a male animal and a female one approach each other for a sterile embrace and lascivious dealings? No. From near or far, they fly, crawl, jump, or run, They go when it is time to their fecundation rite. Neither do they evade stopping at the pleasure, but they go further to the serious and holy consequences of the offspring, the only reason that should cause a man, a demigod by his origin of grace, which I have made complete, to accept the animality of the act, necessary since you descended by 1 degree toward animals. You do not act as plants and animals do. You had your teacher Satan. You wanted him as your teacher, and you still want him. And the works you do are what one would expect of the teacher you wanted. Had you been faithful to God, you would have had the joy of children in a holy way, without pain, without exhausting yourselves in obscene and shameful intercourses, which even beasts are unacquainted with, although beasts are without reasoning and spiritual soul. To man and woman, corrupted by Satan, God decided to oppose the man born of a woman, whom God had super-sublimed to such an extent that she generated without knowing man. A flower that generates a flower, without the need of seed, by a unique kiss of the sun on the inviolated chalice of the lily, Mary. The revenger of God. Hiss, O Satan, your hatred while she comes into the world. This child has beaten you. Before you were the rebel, the twister, the corrupter, you were already beaten, and she was your conqueror. 1,000 assembled armies are of no avail against your power. The arms of men fall before your scales, O perennial one, and there is no wind capable of dispersing the stench of your breath. And yet the heels of this child, which is so rosy as to look like the inside of a rosy camellia, and so smooth and soft that silk seems coarse in comparison, and is so small that it could enter the chalice of a tulip, and make itself a tiny shoe with that vegetable satin. That heel is crushing your head without any fear, and relegates you to your den. And her cry causes you to flee away, although you are not afraid of armies. And her breath purifies the world of your foul smell. You are defeated. Her name, her look, her purity are a lance, a thunderbolt that pierces you and demolishes you and imprisons you in your den in hell, O cursed one, who deprived God of the joy of being the Father of all men created. In vain you have corrupted them, who had been created innocent, leading them to knowledge and conception by means of the sensuousness of lust, depriving God in his beloved creature of being the benefactor of the children according to rules which, had they been respected, would have kept a balance on earth between sexes and races, a balance capable of averting wars between peoples and calamities between families. By obeying, they would have also known love. Nay, only by obeying, they would have known love and possessed it. A complete and peaceful possession of this gift from God, who from the supernatural descends to the inferior, so that also the flesh may rejoice devoutly, since it is united to the Spirit and created by him who created the Spirit. Now, men, what is your love? What are your loves? Either lewdness disguised as love, or an incurable fear of losing the love of your partner through his or her or other people's lewdness. You are never sure of possessing the heart of your husband or wife, since lust entered the world. And you tremble and cry and become overwrought with jealousy. Sometimes you kill to avenge a betrayal. Sometimes you despair, and sometimes you lack will or even become insane. This is what you have done, Satan, to the children of God. Those whom you have corrupted would have known the joy of having children without suffering pain, and would have experienced the joy of being born without fear of dying. But now you are beaten in a woman and by a woman. From now on, whoever loves her will become once again God's own, overcoming your temptations, to be able to look at her immaculate purity. From now on, mothers, though not able to conceive without pain, will find comfort in her. From now on, she will be the guide of married women and the mother of dying people, so that it will be sweet to die, resting on that breast, which is a shield against you, you cursed one, and against the wrath of God. Mary, my little voice, you have seen the birth of the Virgin Son and the Assumption of the Virgin to heaven. You have therefore seen that the faultless ones are unaware of the pain in giving birth as well as of the pain in dying. But if the most innocent Mother of God was granted the perfection of celestial gifts, all those who in the first parents had remained innocent and sons of God would have generated without throes as it was fair, having conceived without lust, and they would have died without anxiety. The sublime victory of God over Satan's revenge was to raise the perfection of the beloved creature to a super-perfection that should annul, at least in one person, all recollection of humanity, liable to Satan's poison, so that the Son should be generated not by a man's chaste embrace, but by a divine embrace that causes the spirit to change color in the ecstasy of the fire. The Virgin's virginity. Come, contemplate this deep virginity that gives ecstatic dizziness in its contemplation. What is the poor, enforced virginity of a woman that no man married, less than nothing? What is the virginity of a woman who wanted to be a virgin to belong to God, but is so in her body and not in her spirit, where she allows alien thoughts to enter and entertains allurements of human thoughts? It is a sham virginity, but still very little. What is the virginity of a cloistered nun who lives only for God? Very much, but it is never the perfect virginity when compared with my mother's. There has always been an association also in the Most Holy One, the original association between spirit and fault, the one that only baptism dissolves. It dissolves it, but as in the case of a woman separated from her husband by his death, it does not render virginity complete, such as it was in the first parents before sin. A scar remains and hurts, causing one to remember it, and it is always ready to become a sore, like certain diseases that periodically are made worse by their virus. In the Virgin, there is no sign of this dissolved association with the fault. Her soul appears beautiful and intact, as when the Father conceived her, gathering all graces in her. She is the Virgin. She is the only one. She is the perfect one, the complete one, conceived as such, generated as such, remained such, crowned such, and eternally such. She is the Virgin. She is the acme of intangibility, of purity, of grace that is lost in the abyss from which it emerged. In God, most perfect intangibility, purity, and grace. That is the revenge of the God Trine and One. Against creatures desecrated, he raises this star to perfection. Against pernicious curiosity, he raises this coy virgin, contented only with loving God. Against the science of evil, this sublime innocent virgin. In her, there is not only no knowledge of dejected love, there is not only non-acquaintance with the love that God had given to married people, much more. In her, there is the absence of incentives, the inheritance of sin. In her, there is only the icy and white-hot wisdom of divine love, a fire that strengthens the flesh with ice, so that it may be a transparent mirror at the altar where God married a virgin and does not lower himself because his perfection embraces her perfection, which, as it becomes a bride, is only inferior to his by one point, subject to him as a woman, but without fault as he is. The Poem of Man-God, Volume 1, Chapter 6. The Purification of Anne and the Offering of Mary. 28th of August, 1944. In Jerusalem, I see Joachim and Anne, together with Zacharias and Elizabeth, coming out from a house, which must belong to friends or relatives, and they are turning their steps towards the temple for the ceremony of the purification. Anne is carrying the baby, all wrapped up in swaddling clothes, nay, all tied up in a wide garment of light wool, which, however, must be soft and warm. It is impossible to describe how carefully and lovingly she carries and watches her little creature, lifting the edge of the fine, warm cloth to see if Mary is breathing freely, and then she readjusts it to protect her from the sharp air of a clear but cold winter day. Elizabeth is holding some parcels in her hand. Joachim is pulling with a rope. Two big and very white lambs that are more like rams than lambs. Zacharias has nothing in his hands. He is handsome in his linen garment, which can be seen under a white, heavy woolen mantle. Zacharias, much younger than the one already seen at the birth of the Baptist, in his full manhood, as Elizabeth is a mature woman, but still fresh in her appearance, and she bends in ecstasy over the tiny, sleeping face every time Anne looks at the baby. She also looks beautiful in a blue, almost dark violet dress, and in her veil that covers her head and then falls on her shoulders, and on the mantle, which is darker than her dress. But Joachim and Anne are certainly solemn in their best clothes. Unexpectedly, he is not wearing his dark brown tunic. Instead, he has on a long garment of a very deep red, which we would now call St. Joseph's red, and the fringes attached to his mantle are new and beautiful. He, too, is wearing a kind of a rectangular veil on his head, and it is secured with a leather band. Everything is new and of excellent quality. Anne, oh, she is not wearing dark clothes today. Her dress is a very pale yellow, almost the color of old ivory, tied at her waist, neck, and wrists with a large belt that seems of silver and gold. Her head is covered by a very light damask veil, held at her forehead by a thin but precious plate. She has a filigree necklace round her neck and bracelets at her wrists. She's like a queen, also because of the dignity with which she wears her dress, and particularly her cape, which is of a light yellow colour, hemmed with a Greek thread, beautifully embroidered in the same shade. You look exactly as the day you got married. I was just a little older than a girl, but I still remember how beautiful and happy you were, says Elizabeth. But now I am even more so, and I decided to wear the same dress for this rite. I had kept it for this, and I was no longer expecting to put it on for this. The Lord has loved you very much, says Elizabeth, sighing. And that is why I am giving him the thing that I love most, this flower of mine. How will you be able to tear it from your heart when the time comes? Remembering that I did not have it and that God gave it to me, I shall always be happier now than then. When I know she's in the temple, I will say to myself, she is praying near the tabernacle. She is praying the God of Israel also for her mummy, and I will have peace. And a greater peace I will have in saying she belongs entirely to him, when these two old but happy parents who received her from heaven are no longer alive, he, the Eternal, will still be her father. Believe me, I am fully convinced this little creature is not ours. I was not able to do anything more. He put her in my bosom, a divine gift to wipe away my tears and fulfill our hopes and our prayers. That is why she belongs to him. We are the happy guardians, and may he be blessed for this. They have now reached the walls of the temple. While you go to Nicanor's gate, I will go and inform the priest, and then I will come too, Zacharias says, and he disappears behind an arch leading into a large yard surrounded by porches. The group continues to proceed along the ensuing terraces. I do not know whether I have said this before. The enclosure wall of the temple is not on level ground, but it rises up higher and higher by means of successive terraces. Each terrace is reached by means of a flight of steps, and on each terrace there are yards and porches and beautiful portals wrought in marble, bronze, and gold. Before reaching their destination, they stop to take out the contents of the parcel. Cakes, I think, which are wide and flat and very greasy. Some white flour, 2 doves in a small wicker cage, and some big silver coins. They are quite heavy, but fortunately, garments did not have pockets in those days. They would have made holes in them. Here is the beautiful gate of Nicanor, all chiseled in heavy bronze silver plating. Zacharias is already there beside a stately priest dressed in linen. Anne is sprinkled with what I suppose is lustral water, and then she's instructed to move toward the altar of the sacrifice. The child is no longer in her arms. Elizabeth, who has stopped at this side of the gate, has taken her. Joachim instead enters behind his wife, dragging a miserable bleating lamb. And I do exactly what I do on the occasion of Mary's purification. I close my eyes not to see any slaughter. Now Anne is purified. Zacharias whispers something to his colleague, who nods, smiling. He then approaches the group, which has reassembled, and congratulating the mother and father on their journey and their loyalty to the promises. He's given the second lamb, the flour, and the cakes. So this daughter is sacred to the Lord. May his blessing be with her and with you. Here Anna is coming. She will be one of her teachers, Anna of Panuel of the tribe of Asher. Come here, woman. This little one is offered to the temple as a victim of praise. You will be her teacher, and she will grow holy under your guidance. Anna, already completely grey, fondles the child, who has awakened and is looking with her innocent and surprised eyes at all the white and gold lit up by the sun. The ceremony must be over. I did not see any special rite for the offering of Mary. Perhaps it was sufficient to tell the priest, and above all God, at the sacred place. I would like to give the offering to the temple and go over there where I saw the light last year. They go, accompanied by Anna of Panuel. They do not enter the actual temple, since they are women, and it is the case of a little girl. It is understandable that they do not even go where Mary went to offer her son. But very close to the wide open door, they look into the half-dark inside, from which a sweet song of girls can be heard, and where precious lamps are lit and spread a golden light on 2 flower beds of white-veiled heads, 2 real flower beds of lilies. In 3 years' time, you will be there too, my lily, promises Anne to Mary, who looks fascinated at the inside and smiles at the slow song. You would say that she understands, says Anna of Panuel. She is a beautiful child. She will be as dear to me as if she were my own. I promise you, mother, if I shall be granted to be so. You shall, woman, Zacharias says. You will receive her amongst the sacred girls. I also shall be there. I want to be there that day to tell her to pray for us from the very first moment. And he looks at his wife, who understands and sighs. The ceremony is over, and Anna of Panuel withdraws, while the others leave the temple, speaking to one another. I hear Joachim say, "Not only 2 lambs and the best, but I would have given all my lambs for this joy and to praise God." I do not see anything else. Jesus says, Solomon in his wisdom says, "Whoever is a child, let him come to me." And really, from the stronghold, from the walls of her city, eternal wisdom said to the eternal maiden, "Come to me," longing to have her. Later the son of the most pure maiden will say, "Let little children come to me, because the kingdom of heaven is theirs, and those who do not become like them will not have any part in my kingdom." The voices follow one another, and while the voice of heaven cries to little Mary, "Come to me," the voice of man says, and thinks of his mother in saying so, "Come to me if you can be like children." I give you my mother as a model. Here is the perfect maiden with the pure and simple heart of a dove. Here is the one whom years and worldly contact do not make defiant in the cruelty of a corrupted, twisted, false spirit, because she does not want it. Come to me, looking at Mary. Since you see her, tell me, is her glance as an infant very different from the one you saw she had at the foot of the cross, or in the delight of Pentecost, or when her eyelids closed upon her innocent eyes for her last sleep? No. Here is the uncertain and astonished glance of an infant. Then it will be the amazed and modest look of the Annunciation, and then the happy one of the mother in Bethlehem, then the worshipping glance of my first and sublime disciple, then the tormented one of the tortured mother on Golgotha, then the radiant glance of resurrection and Pentecost, then the veiled look of the ecstatic sleep of the last vision. But whether it opens at the first sight, or closes tired on the last light, after seeing so much of joy and horror, her eye is the clear, pure, placid piece of the sky that always shines below Mary's forehead. Wrath, falsehood, pride, lewdness, hatred, curiosity never soiled it with their smoky clouds. It is the eye that looks at God lovingly, whether it cries or laughs, and that for God's sake fondles and forgives and bears everything, and by the love of God is rendered unassailable to the assaults of evil, that so often makes use of the eye to penetrate the heart. It is the pure, restful, blessing eye that the pure, the saints, the lovers of God possess. I said, the lamp of the body is the eye. If your eye is sound, your whole body will be filled with light. But if your eye is diseased, your whole body will be all darkness. Saints possessed this eye, which is the light for the soul and salvation for the flesh, because like Mary, throughout their lives, they looked only at God. Even more, they remembered God. I will explain to you, my little voice, the meaning of this word of mine. The Poem of Man-God, Volume 1, Chapter 7. The Son has put his wisdom on his mother's lips. 29th of August, 1944. I see Anne once again. Since yesterday evening I see her thus, sitting at the entrance of the shady pergola, busy at her needlework. She is wearing a grey sand-coloured dress, a very simple one and very wide, probably because of the great heat. At the end of the pergola, the mowers can be seen cutting the hay. But it cannot be first crop hay because the grapes are almost golden coloured and the fruits of a large apple tree are like shiny yellow and red wax. The cornfield is nothing but stubble with poppies waving like tiny flames and stiff and clear cornflowers shaped like stars and as blue as the eastern sky. A little Mary comes forward from the shady pergola. She is already quick and independent. Her short step is steady, and her white sandals do not stumble amongst the pebbles. Her graceful gait already resembles the slightly undulating step of a dove, and she is all white, like a little dove, in her linen dress which stretches down to her ankles. It is a wide dress, curled at the neck by a blue ribbon, and the short sleeves show rosy and plump forearms. She looks like a little angel. Her hair is silky and honey blonde, not very curly, but gracefully wavy, ending in curls. Her eyes are sky blue. Her sweet little face is rosy and smiling. Also, the breeze that through her wide sleeves inflate the shoulders of her linen dress helps to give her the appearance of a little angel having his wings half open, ready to fly. She has in her hands poppies, cornflowers, and other flowers that grow in cornfields, but I do not know their names. She's walking, and when she is near her mother, she starts running, shouting joyfully, and like a little dove, she ends her flight against her mother's knees. She has opened them to receive her. Anne has put her needlework aside so that she would not get pricked, and has opened her arms to embrace her. So far yesterday evening, this morning she reappears and continues as follows. "Mummy, mummy!" The little white dove is completely in the nest of her mother's knees, touching the short grass with her little feet and hiding her face in her mother's lap, so that only her golden hair can be seen on the nape of her neck, over which Anne bends to kiss it fondly. Then she lifts her head and offers her mother flowers. They are all for her mummy, and of each one she tells the story she has invented. "This blue and big one is a star, which has come down from heaven to bring the kiss of the Lord to my mummy. Here, kiss this little celestial flower there on its heart, and you will see that it tastes of God. This other one, instead, which is a paler blue, like Daddy's eyes, has written on its leaves that Lord loves Daddy very much because he is good. And this tiny little one, the only one to be found, it is a myosotis, is the one that God made to tell Mary that he loves her. And these red ones, does Mummy know what they are? They are pieces of King David's dress, stained with the blood of the enemies of Israel, and sewn on the battlefields and the fields of victory. They originate from those strips of the heroic regal dress torn in the struggle for the Lord. Instead, this white and gentle one, that seems to be made with 7 silk cups looking up to the sky, full of perfumes, that was growing over there, near the spring, Daddy picked it for her amongst the thorns, is made with the dress of Solomon. He wore it so many, many years before, in the same month in which his little granddaughter was born. And he walked in the midst of the multitudes of Israel before the ark and the tabernacle, in the splendid majesty of his robes, and he rejoiced because of the cloud which returned to encircle his glory, and he sang the canticle and the prayer of his joy. I want to be always like this flower, and like the wise king, I want to sing throughout my life canticles and prayers before the tabernacle," ends Mary. "How do you know these holy things, my darling? Who told you? Your father?" "No, I do not know who it is. I think I have always known them. Perhaps there is one who tells me and I do not see him. Perhaps one of the angels that God sends to speak to good people. Mummy, will you tell me another story?" "Oh, my dear, which story do you wish to know?" Mary is thinking, deeply absorbed in her thoughts. Her expression should be immortalized in a portrait. The shadows of her thoughts are reflected on her childish face. There are smiles and sighs, sunshine and clouds, thinking of the history of Israel. Then she makes up her mind. Once again, the story of Gabriel and Daniel, where Christ is promised. And she listens with her eyes closed, repeating in a low voice the words her mother says, as if to remember them better. When Anne comes to the end, she asks, "How long will it be before we have the Emmanuel?" "About 30 years, darling." "Such a long time, and I shall be in the temple. Tell me, if I should pray very hard, so hard, day and night, night and day, and I want to belong only to God for all my life, for this purpose, would the Eternal Father grant me the grace of sending the Messiah to his people sooner?" I do not know, my dear. The prophet states 70 weeks. I do not think a prophecy can be wrong. But the Lord is so good, she hastens to add, seeing tears appear on the fair eyelashes of a child. The Lord is so good that I believe that if you do pray very hard, so hard, he will hear your prayer. A smile appears once again on her little face, which she has lifted up towards her mother, and the rays of the sun, filtering through the fine branches, cause her tears to shine like dewdrops on very thin stems of alpine moss. Then I will pray, and I shall be a virgin for this. But do you know what that means? It means that one does not know human love, but only the love of God. It means that one has no other thought but for the Lord. It means to remain children in the flesh and angels in the heart. It means that one has no eyes but to look at God, and ears to listen to him, and a mouth to praise him, hands to offer oneself as a victim, feet to follow him fast, and a heart and a life to be given to him. May God bless you, but then you will never have any children, and yet you love babies and little lambs and doves so much. Do you know that? A baby is for his mother like a little white and curly lamb. He's like a little dove with silk feathers and coral mouth to be loved and kissed and heard say, "Mummy." It does not matter. I shall belong to God. I shall pray in the temple, and perhaps one day I will see the Emmanuel. The Virgin who is to be his mother must be already born, as the great prophet says, and she is in the temple. I will be her companion and maidservant. Oh, yes, if I could only meet her. By God's light, I would like to serve her, the Blessed One. And later she would bring me to her son. She would take me to her son, and I would serve him too. Just think, Mummy, to serve the Messiah. Mary is overcome by this thought that exalts her and makes her totally humble at the same time. With her hands crossed over her breast and her little head slightly bent forward and flushed with emotion, she's like an infantile reproduction of the Annunciation that I saw. She resumes, "But will the King of Israel, the Lord's anointed, allow me to serve him?" Have no doubt about that. Does King Solomon not say, "There are 60 queens and 80 concubines and countless maidens"? You can see that in the king's palace there will be countless maidens serving the Lord. Oh, you can see that I must be a virgin, I must. If he wants a virgin as his mother, it means that he loves virginity above all things. I want him to love me, his maiden, because of the virginity which will make me somewhat like his beloved mother. This is what I want. I would also like to be a sinner, a big sinner, if I were not afraid of offending the Lord. Tell me, Mummy, can one be a sinner out of love of God? But what are you saying, my dear? I don't understand you. I mean, to commit a sin in order to be loved by God, who becomes the Saviour. Who is lost is saved, isn't that so? I would like to be saved by the Saviour, to receive his loving look. That is why I would like to sin, but not to commit a sin that would disgust him. How can he save me if I do not get lost? Anne is dumbfounded. She does not know what to say. Joachim helps her. He has approached them, walking noiselessly on the grass behind the low hedge of vine shoots. He has saved you beforehand, because he knows that you love him, and you want to love him only. So you are already redeemed, and you can be a virgin as you wish, says Joachim. Is that true, Daddy? Mary embraces his knees and looks at him with her clear blue eyes, so like her father's and so happy because of this hope she gets from her father. It is true, my darling. Look, I was just bringing you this little sparrow that at its first flight landed near the spring. I could have left it there, but its weak wings did not have enough strength to fly off again, and its tiny legs could not hold it onto the slippery moss stones. It would have fallen into the water, but I did not wait for that. I took it, and now I am giving it to you. You will do what you like with it. The fact is that it was saved before it fell into danger. God has done the same thing with you. Now tell me, Mary, have I loved the sparrow more by saving it beforehand, or would I have loved it more saving it afterwards? You have loved it now because you did not let it get hurt in the cold water. And God has loved you more because he has loved you before you sinned. And I will love him wholeheartedly, wholeheartedly. My beautiful little sparrow, I am like you. The Lord has loved us both equally by saving us. I will now rear you, and then I will let you go. And you in the forest and I in the temple will sing the praises of God, and we shall say, please send the one you promised to those who expect him. Oh, Daddy, when are you taking me to the temple? Soon, my dear. But are you not sorry to leave your father? Yes, very much. But you will come? In any case, if it did not hurt, what sacrifice would it be? And you will remember us? I always will. After the prayer for the Emmanuel, I will pray for you, that God may give you joy and a long life, until the day he becomes the Saviour. Then I will ask him to take you to the celestial Jerusalem. The vision ends with Mary tightly clasped in her father's arms. Jesus says, I can already hear the comments of the doctors with captious objections. How can a little girl, not yet 3 years old, speak thus? It is an exaggeration. And they do not consider that they make a monster of me by ascribing adults' actions to my own childhood. Intelligence is not given to everybody in the same way and at the same time. The Church has fixed the age of reason at 6 years of age, because that is the age when even a backward child can tell good from evil, at least in basically important matters. But there are children who long before that age are capable of discerning and understanding, and wanting with sufficiently developed discretion. Little Imelda Lambertini, Rosa da Viterbo, Nellie Organ, Nenolina may give you confirmation, O difficult doctors, to believe that my mother was able to think and speak like that. I have quoted 4 names at random amongst the thousands of holy children who populate my paradise. After reasoning as adults, for possibly more or fewer years. What is reason? A gift of God. God can therefore give it as he wishes, to whom he wishes, and when he wishes. Reason, in fact, is one of the things that makes you more like God. The intelligent and reasoning spirit. Reason and intelligence were graces given to God, to man, in the earthly paradise. How full of life they were when grace was alive, still intact and active in the spirit of the first 2 parents. In the book of Jesus ben Sirach, it is stated, "All wisdom is from the Lord, and it is his own forever." What wisdom, therefore, would men have had they remained children of God? The gaps in your intelligence are the natural fruits of your fall from grace and honesty. By losing grace, you banished wisdom for centuries. As a meteor which is hidden behind masses of clouds, wisdom no longer reaches you with its bright flashes, but through mist which your prevarications have rendered thicker and thicker. Then Christ came, and he restored grace, the supreme gift of the love of God. But do you know how to keep this gem clear and pure? No, you don't. When you do not crush it with your individual will in sinning, you soil it with your continuous minor faults, your weaknesses, your attachment to vice. Such attempts, even if they are not a proper marriage with the septiform vice, are a weakening of the light of grace and of its activity. And then, to weaken the magnificent light of intelligence that God had given the first parents, you have centuries and centuries of corruption, which exert a harmful influence on the body and on the mind. But Mary was not only the pure, the new Eve created for the joy of God. She was the super Eve, the masterpiece of the Most High. She was the full of grace, the mother of the Word in the mind of God. Jesus ben Sirach says, "Source of wisdom is the Word." Will the Son, therefore, not have put his wisdom on his mother's lips? If the mouth of a prophet was purified with embers, because he had to repeat to men the words that the Word, the wisdom, entrusted to him, will love not have cleansed and exalted the speech of his infant spouse, who was to bear the word, so that she should no longer speak as a little girl, and then as a woman, but only and always as a celestial creature melted in the great light and wisdom of God? The miracle is not in the superior intelligence shown by Mary in her childhood, as afterwards it was by me. The miracle is in containing the infinite intelligence that dwelt there, within suitable bounds, so that crowds should not be startled and satanic attention should not be awakened. I will talk again on this subject, which is part of the remembrance which saints have of God. The Poem of Man God, Volume 1, Chapter 8. Mary is presented in the temple, 30th of August, 1944. I see Mary between her father and mother, walking in the streets of Jerusalem. Passers-by stop to look at the beautiful girl, all dressed in white and wearing a very light mantle. The mantle, because of its design in branches and flowers, which are a little dark against the soft background, seems to be the same one that Anne was wearing on the day of her purification. The only difference is that while it reached down to Anne's waist, in the case of Mary, who is only a little girl, it reaches down to her ankles and envelops her in a small light and bright cloud of rare beauty. Her fair hair, loose on her shoulders, or rather on her gentle neck, shines through the veil where there is no pattern, but only the very light background. The veil is held on her forehead by a very pale blue ribbon, on which small lilies are embroidered with silver threads, certainly the work of her mother. As I said, the snow-white dress reaches down to the ground, and the little feet can just be seen as she walks in her white sandals. Her hands are like two magnolia petals peeping from the long sleeves. Apart from the blue ribbon, there is no other color. It is all white. Mary seems to be dressed in snow. Joachim is wearing the same garment he had on for the purification. Anne, instead, is wearing a very dark violet dress. Also, the mantle, which also covers her head, is dark violet. She is holding it lowered below her eyes. Two poor eyes of a mother, red with tears, that do not wish to weep and, above all, do not wish to be seen crying, but can but shed tears under the protection of the mantle, a protection that serves its purpose with regard to passers-by and also to Joachim, whose eyes, usually clear, are today red and dull because of the tears he has shed and is still shedding. He is walking with a stoop. His head is covered by a veil worn in the fashion of a turban, with the folds hanging down along his face. A very old Joachim. Whoever sees him must think that he is the grandfather or the great-grandfather of the little girl he is holding by the hand. The pain of losing her causes the poor father to drag his feet, and he is so weary that he looks 20 years older. He is so sad and tired that he looks like an old sick man. His mouth trembles slightly between the two wrinkles, at that the sides of his nose are so deep today. They are both endeavoring to conceal their tears, but if they are successful with many people, they are not with Mary, who, because of her height, sees them from below, and lifting her head, looks at her father and mother alternately. They make an effort to smile at her with their trembling mouths, and they hold her tiny hand tighter every time their little daughter looks at them and smiles. They must be thinking, "There, a smile to be seen one time less." They proceed slowly, very slowly. They seem to be wishing to protract their journey for as long as possible. Everything serves as a pretext to stop, but the journey must come to an end, and this one is about to end. Up there, at the top of this last stretch of the road, there are the temple walls. Anne utters a groan and holds Mary's hand tighter. "Anne, my dear, I am here with you," a voice utters, coming out from the shade of a low arch built over a crossroads, and Elizabeth, who was waiting for them, approaches her and embraces her. And since Anne is crying, she says, "Come into this friendly house for a little while, then we shall go together. Also, Zacharias is here." They all enter a low, dark room where the only light is a big fire. The landlady, obviously a friend of Elizabeth's, but unknown to Anne, kindly withdraws and leaves them alone. "You must not think that I am repenting, or I am giving my treasure to the Lord unwillingly," expresses Anne, crying. "But it's my heart. Oh, how my heart aches. My old heart that is returning to its childless solitude. If you could only feel." "I know, my dear Anne, but you are good and God will console you in your solitude. Mary will pray for the peace of her mother, won't you, Mary?" Mary caresses her mother's hands and kisses them. She presses them to her face to be caressed, and Anne holds her little face tightly in her hands and kisses it repeatedly. She is never tired of kissing her. Zacharias enters and greets them, saying, "May the peace of the Lord be with the just." "Yes," replies Joachim. "Implore peace for us, because our hearts are trembling in our offer, as Abraham's did, while he was climbing the mountain. But we shall not find another offer to replace this one. Neither do we want it, because we are faithful to the Lord. But we are suffering, Zacharias. Since you are a priest of God, please understand us
and do not be perturbed. Never, on the contrary, your sorrow, which does not go beyond reasonable limits and does not shake your faith, teaches me how to love the Most High. But take heart, another prophetess will take care of this flower of David and Aaron. At present she is the only lily of David's holy issue in the temple, and she will be taken care of as a royal pearl. Although we are approaching the time when the Messiah is to come, and the women belonging to the house of David should be anxious to consecrate their daughters to the temple, because the Messiah will be born of a virgin of David's issue. Yet, because of the general weakening of faith, the places of the virgins in the temple are empty. They are too few, and none of the royal offspring, since Sarah of Elisha left 3 years ago to get married. It is true that there are still 30 years to the appointed time, but, well, let us hope that Mary will be the first of many virgins of David's offspring before the sacred veil. And then, who knows? Zacharias does not say anything else, but he looks at Mary thoughtfully. Then he resumes. Also, I will watch over her. I am a priest, and I have power in here. I will make use of it for this angel, and Elizabeth will often come to see her. Oh, certainly. I am in such need of God that I will come and tell this little girl, so that she may tell the Eternal One. Anne has taken heart again. To relieve her anxiety even more, Elizabeth asks her, "Is this not the veil of your wedding, or have you been weaving new business?" "It is. I am consecrating it to the Lord with her. My eyes are no longer so good, and also our wealth has been reduced by taxation and misfortunes. I could not afford heavy expenses. I have only seen to her clothing for the time she will be in the house of the Lord and afterwards, because I do not think that I shall be there to dress her for her wedding, but I want it to be the hands of her mummy, even if cold and motionless, which prepare her for the wedding and weave her linens and dresses." "Oh, why think of that? I am old, my dear cousin. I have never felt it so much as I do now in my great pain. I have given the last ounce of strength in my life to this flower, to bear her and to nourish her, and now the pain of losing her is drawing my last strength away and dispersing it." "Don't say that for Joachim's sake." "Yes, you are quite right. I will try and live for my husband." Joachim pretends that he has not heard, intent as he is on listening to Zacharias, but he has heard, and he sighs deeply, his eyes shining with tears. "It is between the 3rd and the 6th hour. I think we ought to go," Zacharias says. They all get up to put on their mantles and set off. But before going out, Mary kneels down on the threshold with her arms stretched out, a little imploring cherub. "Father, Mother, your blessing, please." She is not crying, the little brave girl, but her lips are trembling, and her voice, broken by a sob, resembles more than ever the trembling cooing of a little dove. Her face is pale, and her eyes have the look of resigned distress, which I will see again on Calvary and in the sepulchre, where it was so much more intense that it was impossible to look at her without deep suffering. Her parents bless her and kiss her. Once, twice, 10 times, they are never satisfied. Elizabeth is weeping silently, and Zacharias, notwithstanding his efforts to conceal his tears, is deeply moved. They go out. Mary is between her father and mother as before. Zacharias and his wife are in front of them. They are now inside the walls of the temple. "I will go to the high priest. You go to the great terrace." They go across 3 yards and through the 3 halls, set one upon the other. They are now at the foot of the huge marble cube crowned with gold. Every dome, convex like a huge half-orange, blazes in the sun, which now at midday is shining down directly onto the large yard surrounding the solemn buildings, and is filling with its dazzling light the large square and the wide flight of steps leading up to the temple. Only the porch facing the steps along the facade is in the shade, and the very high bronze and gold door is even darker and more solemn-looking in so much light. Mary looks whiter than snow in so much sunshine. She is now at the foot of the steps between her father and her mother. How violently their hearts must be throbbing. Elizabeth is beside Anne, but a little behind her, about half a step. Upon the blare of silver trumpets, the door rotates on its hinges, which seem to be emitting the sound of a cithern, while turning on the bronze balls. The interior appears with its lamps in the far end, and a procession is moving toward the door, a stately procession with silver trumpets, clouds of incense and lights. It is now at the threshold. In front is the high priest. A stately old man, dressed in very fine linen, and wearing over his linen dress a short linen tunic, and on top of it a kind of chasuble, something multicolored between a chasuble and a deacon's vestment, purple and gold, violet and white, alternate and sparkle like gems in the sun. 2 real gems are shining more brightly at the top of his shoulders. Perhaps they are buckles with their precious settings. On his breast there is a large metal plate shining with gems and held by a gold chain. Pendants and trimmings gleam on the hem of his short tunic, and gold shines above his forehead on his mitre. That reminds me of the mitre worn by Orthodox priests, a mitre shaped as a dome instead of being pointed like the Roman Catholic one. The solemn personage moves forward alone, as far as the beginning of the steps in the golden sunshine that makes him look even more splendid. The others stand waiting under the shady porch, in a circle outside the door. On the left, there is a group of girls, all dressed in white, with Prophetess Anna and other elderly ladies, obviously teachers. The high priest looks at the little girl and smiles. She must look very tiny at the foot of the flight of steps, worthy of an Egyptian temple. He lifts his arms to the sky in prayer. They all bow their heads in perfect humility before the priestly majesty, communicating with the eternal majesty. Then he beckons to Mary, and she departs from her mother and father, and as if fascinated, climbs the steps, and she smiles. She smiles in the shade of the temple, where the precious veil is hanging. She is now at the top of the steps, at the feet of the high priest, who imposes his hand on her head. The victim has been accepted. Which purer victim hath the temple ever received? Then he turns round, and holding his hand on her shoulder, as if he were leading the immaculate little lamb to the altar, he takes her to the temple door. Before letting her in, he asks her, "Mary of David, are you aware of your vow?" When she replies, "Yes," in her silvery voice, he cries out, "Go in, then! Walk in my presence and be perfect." Mary enters and is swallowed up by the darkness. The group of virgins and teachers, then the Levites, hide and isolate her more and more. She can no longer be seen. Also, the door is now closing on its sweet-sounding hinges. Through the gap, which is becoming narrower and narrower, the procession can be seen advancing towards the Holy of Holies. Now it is only a thread. Now it is no more. It is closed. The last chord of the harmonious hinges is replied to by a sob from the two old parents, and by a joint cry, "Mary, daughter!" And then two groans, the one invoking the other, "Anne, Joachim!" And they finish whispering, "Let us give glory to the Lord, who is receiving her in his house and is leading her along his path." It all ends thus. Jesus says, "The high priest had said, 'Walk in my presence and be perfect.' The high priest did not know that he was speaking to the woman who is inferior in perfection only to God. But he was speaking in the name of God, and therefore his order was a sacred one. It is always sacred, particularly with regard to the Virgin, full of wisdom. Mary had deserved that wisdom should precede her and show itself to her first, because from the beginning of her day she had watched at its door, and wishing to be taught out of love, she wanted to be pure, to achieve perfect love, and deserved to have wisdom as her teacher. In her humility, she did not know that she possessed wisdom before being born, and that the union with wisdom was but the continuation of the divine pulsation of paradise. She could not imagine that. And when God whispered sublime words to her in the depths of her heart, in her humility she considered them thoughts of pride, and raising her innocent heart to God, she besought him, "Lord, have mercy on thy servant." Oh, it is true that the true wise Virgin, the eternal Virgin, has had only one thought from the dawn of a day, to raise her heart to God from the morning of life, and to watch for the Lord, praying before the Most High, asking forgiveness for the weaknesses of her heart, as her humility convinced her, and she was not aware that she was anticipating the request for forgiveness for sinners, which she would later make at the foot of the cross, together with her dying Son. When the great Lord will decide, she will be filled with the spirit of intelligence, and will then understand her great mission. For the time being, she's only a child, who, in the sacred peace of the temple, establishes and re-establishes closer and closer connections, affections and memories with her God. This is for everybody. But for you, my little Mary, has your teacher nothing special to tell you? Walk in my presence. Be therefore perfect. I am slightly modifying the sacred phrase, and I am giving it to you as an order. Be perfect in love, perfect in generosity, perfect in suffering. Look once again at Mother, and consider what so many ignore or wish to ignore, because sorrow is too irksome to their taste and their spirit. Sorrow. Mary suffered from the very first hour of her life. To be perfect as she was implied the possession of a perfect sensitivity. Consequently, sacrifice was to be more piercing, and thus more meritorious. He who possesses purity possesses love. Who possesses love possesses wisdom. Who possesses wisdom possesses generosity and heroism, because he knows why he makes a sacrifice. Raise your spirit, even if the cross bends you, breaks you, and kills you. God is with you. The Poem of Man-God, Volume 1, Chapter 9, Death of Joachim and Anne. 31st of August, 1944. Jesus says, like a quick winter twilight, when an ice-cold wind gathers clouds in the sky, the lives of my grandparents had a quick decline, after the sun of their lives was placed to shine before the sacred veil of the temple. But it is said, wisdom brings up her own sons and cares for those who seek her. Whoever loves her loves life. Those who wait on her will enjoy peace. Those who serve her minister to the Holy One, and the Lord loves those who love her. If he trusts himself to her, he will inherit her, and his descendants will remain in possession of her, because she accompanies him in his trials. First of all, she selects him. Then she brings fear and faintness on him, ploughing him with her discipline, until she has tested him in his thoughts, and she can trust him. In the end, she will make him firm, will lead him back to the straight road and make him happy. She will reveal her secrets to him. She will place in him treasures of science and knowledge of justice. Yes, all this has been said. The books of wisdom may be applied to all men, who will find guidance in them and a light for their behavior. But happy are those who can be recognized amongst the spiritual lovers of wisdom. I surrounded myself with wise people in my human kinship. Anne, Joachim, Joseph, Zacharias, and even more Elizabeth, and then the Baptist. Are they not real wise people? Not to mention my mother, the abode of wisdom. Wisdom had inspired my grandparents how to live in a way which was agreeable to God, from their youth to their death. And like a tent protecting from the fury of the elements, wisdom had protected them from the danger of sin. The sacred fear of God is the root of the tree of wisdom, that thrusts its branches far and wide to reach with its top tranquil love in its peace, peaceful love in its security, secure love in its faithfulness, faithful love in its intensity, the total, generous, effective love of saints. Who loves her loves life and will inherit life, says Ecclesiasticus. The sentence is linked with mine. Who loses his life for my sake will save it. Because we are not referring to the poor life of this world, but to the eternal life, not to the joys of 1 hour, but to the immortal ones. Joachim and Anne loved wisdom thus, and wisdom was with them in their trials. How many trials they experienced, whilst you men do not want to have to suffer and cry, because you think that you are not completely wicked. How many trials these two just people suffered, and they deserved to have Mary as their daughter. Political persecutions had driven them out of the lands of David and made them excessively poor. They had felt sadness in seeing their years fading through without a flower that would say to them, I shall be your continuation. And afterwards, the anxiety of having a daughter in their old age, when they were certain they would never see her grow into a woman. And then the obligation of tearing her from their hearts to offer her on the altar of God. And again, their life became an even more painful silence, now that they were accustomed to the chirping of the little dove, to the noise of her little steps, to the smiles and kisses of their creature, having to wait for the hour of God, their only company being the memories of the past, and much more. Diseases, calamities of inclement weather, the arrogance of mighty ones of the earth, so many blows of battering rams on the weak castle of their modest possessions. And it is not enough. The pain for their faraway creature, who was going to be left lonely and poor, and notwithstanding their cares and sacrifices would get only the remains of her father's property. And how will she find such remains, since they will be left uncultivated for many years, awaiting her return? Fears, trials, temptations, and yet loyalty to God forever. Their strongest temptation, not to deny their declining lives of the consolation of their daughter's presence. But children belong first to God and then to their parents. Every son can say what I said to my mother. Do you not know that I must be busy with my father's affairs? And every father, every mother must learn the attitude to be maintained looking at Mary and Joseph in the temple, at Anne and Joachim in the house of Nazareth, a house which was becoming more and more forlorn and sad, but where one thing never diminished, but increased continuously: the holiness of two hearts, the holiness of a marriage. What light is left to Joachim, an invalid, and to his sorrowful wife, in the long and silent nights of two old people who feel they are about to die? Only the little dresses, the first pair of little sandals, the simple toys of their little daughter, now far away, and memories of her, memories and peace, when they say, "We are suffering, but we have done our duty of love toward God." And then they were overcome by a supernatural joy, shining with a celestial light, a joy unknown to the children of the world, a joy that does not fade away when heavy eyelashes close on two dying eyes. On the contrary, it shines brighter in the last hour, illuminating the truth that had been hidden within them throughout their lives. Like a butterfly in its cocoon, the truth in them gave faint indications of its presence, just soft flashes, whereas now it opens its wings to the sun and shows its beautiful decorations. And their lives passed away in the certainty of a happy future for themselves and their descendants, their trembling lips murmuring words of praise to God. Such was the death of my grandparents, such as their holy lives deserved. Because of their holiness, they deserved to be the first guardians of the Virgin, beloved by God, and only when a greater sun showed itself at the end of their days, they realized the grace God had granted them. Because of their holiness, Anne suffered no pain in giving birth to her child. It was the ecstasy of the bearer of the faultless one. Neither of them suffered the throes of death, but only a weakness that fades away, as a star softly disappears when the sun rises at dawn. And if they did not have the consolation of having me present, as wisdom incarnate, as Joseph had, I was invisibly present, whispering sublime words, bending over their pillows to send them to sleep, awaiting their triumph. Someone may ask, why did they not have to suffer when generating and dying, since they were children of Adam? My answer is, if the Baptist, who was a son of Adam and had been conceived with the original sin, was pre-sanctified by me in his mother's womb, simply because I approached her, was no grace to be granted to the mother of the holy and faultless one, who had been preserved by God and bore God in her almost divine spirit, in her most pure heart, and was never separated from him, since she was created by the Father and was conceived in a womb, and then received into heaven to possess God in glory forever and ever? I also answer, an upright conscience gives a peaceful death, and the prayers of saints will obtain such a death for you. Joachim and Anne had a whole life of upright conscience behind them, and such a life rose like a beautiful landscape and led them to heaven, while their holy daughter was praying before the tabernacle of God for her parents far away, whom she had postponed to God. Semern bonum, and yet she loved them, as the law and her feeling commanded, with a perfect supernatural love. The Poem of Man-God, Volume 1, Chapter 10. Mary's Canticle imploring the coming of the Christ, 2nd of September, 1944. Only yesterday evening, Friday, I began to see. I saw nothing but a very young Mary, 12 years old at most, her face no longer roundish, as is typical of children, but already showing the future outlines of a woman in a perfect oval. Also, her hair is no longer falling loose on her neck in soft curls, but it is plaited, and 2 thick braids fall over her shoulder down to her waist. Her hair is a very pale gold color, so light that it seems to be blended with silver. Her face is more pensive and mature, although it is a face of a young girl, a beautiful and pure girl, all dressed in white. She is sewing in a very small room, which is also completely white, and through the wide open window one can see the imposing central part of the temple, the flights of steps of the yards and porches. Beyond the enclosure wall also the town can be seen with its streets, houses, gardens, and in the background the humped green top of the Mount of Olives. Mary is sewing and singing in a low voice. I do not know whether it is a sacred song or not. It says, like a star in clear water, a light is shining within my heart. It has been with me since my childhood, and it guides me tenderly with love. In the depths of my heart there's a song. Where does it come from, man? You do not know. It comes from where the Holy One rests. It comes from where the Holy One rests. I look at my clear star, and I do not want anything, not even the sweetest and dearest thing, except this sweet light that is all mine. You brought me down from the heavens above, O star of mine, into the womb of a mother. Now you live in me, but beyond the veil I see your glorious face, my Father. When will you grant your servant the honor of being the humble maid of the Savior? Send us the Messiah from heaven. Accept, Holy Father, the offer of Mary. Mary is now quiet. She smiles and sighs. Then she kneels down in prayer. Her little face is shining brightly. She is looking upwards towards the clear blue summer sky, and her face seems to be absorbing and then radiating all the brightness in the air. Or rather, it looks as if from within her a hidden sun is radiating its rays and lighting up her face, colouring her snow-white flesh with a light rosy hue. and the light from her face spreads out toward the world, and the sun shining on the world, a blessing and a promise of much good. While Mary is getting up after her prayer, with ecstatic brightness still on her face, old Anna of Panuel enters the room. She stands still, amazed, or at least wondering at Mary's attitude and appearance. Then she calls her, "Mary," and the girl turns around with a smile, a different one, but still so beautiful, and says, "Peace to you, Anna." "Were you praying? Are your prayers never enough for you?" "My prayers would be enough, but I speak to God. Anna, you cannot imagine how close I feel him, more than close, within my heart. May God forgive me my pride, but I do not feel lonely. See, over there, in that house of gold and snow, behind the double curtain, there is the Holy of Holies. Nobody is ever allowed to look at the propitiatory on which the glory of the Lord rests, except the high priest. But my worshipping soul does not need to look at the embroidered curtain, which quivers at the song of the virgins and Levites and is scented with precious incense, as if I wanted to pierce this fabric and see the testimony shine through it. I do look at it. Do not think that I do not look at it with worshipping eyes like every son of Israel. Do not think that pride blinds me, making me think what I will now tell you. I look at it, and there is no humble servant amongst the people of God that looks more humbly at the house of the Lord than I do, because I am convinced that I am the least of all. But what do I see? A veil. What do I think there is behind the veil? A tabernacle. What is in it? If I listen to my heart, I see God shining in his loving glory, and he says to me, "I love you." And I reply to him, "I love you." And I die, and I am recreated at each beat of my heart in his reciprocal kiss. I am amongst you, my dear teachers and companions, but the circle of fire isolates me from you. Within the circle, God and myself. And I see you through the fire of God, and so I love you, but I cannot love you according to the flesh. Neither shall I ever be able to love anyone according to the flesh. I can only love him who loves me according to the Spirit. This is my destiny. The secular law of Israel wants every girl to be a wife, and every wife to be a mother. But while obeying the law, I must obey the voice that whispers to me, "I want you." I am a virgin, and a virgin I shall remain. How shall I succeed? The sweet invisible presence that is with me will help me, because it is its desire. I'm not afraid. I have no longer my father and mother, and only God knows how my love for whatever human being belonged to me was burnt in that pain. Now I have but God. I therefore obey him unquestioningly. I would have done so also, regardless of my father and mother, because I have been taught by the voice that whoever wishes to follow it must go beyond father and mother. Parents are loving patrols, watching the hearts of their children, whom they wish to lead to happiness according to their plans, and they are not aware of other plans leading to infinite happiness. I would have left them my dresses and mantles to follow the voice that says to me, "Come, my beloved spouse." I would have left them everything and the pearls of my tears, for I would have cried having to disobey them, and the instincts of my blood, because I would have defied even death to follow the voice calling me, would have told them that there is something greater and sweeter than the love of a father and a mother, and that is the voice of God. But now by his will I am free from this tie of filial love. Nay, it would not have been a tie. My parents were two just people, and God certainly spoke to them as he speaks to me. They would have followed justice and truth. When I think of them, I imagine them in the quiet expectation among the patriarchs, and I hasten with my sacrifice the coming of the Messiah to open for them the gates of heaven. I am my own guide on earth, or rather, God guides his poor servant, giving her his commands, and I fulfill them, because it is a joy for me to obey. When the time comes, I will reveal my secret to the spouse, and he will accept it. But Mary, which words will you find to persuade him? You will have the love of a man, the law and life against you. I shall have God with me. God will enlighten the heart of the spouse. Life will lose the incentives of the senses and become a pure flower with the fragrance of charity. The law, Anna, don't call me a blasphemer. I think the law is about to be changed. By whom, do you think? If it is divine, by the only one who can change it, by God. The time is nearer than you think, I tell you. Because when I was reading Daniel, a great light came to me from the depths of my heart, and I understood the meaning of the enigmatic word. The 70 weeks will be shortened because of the prayers of just people. Does this mean that the number of the years is being changed? No, a prophecy is never wrong. But the measure of the prophetic time is the course of the moon, not of the sun. Therefore I say, near is the hour when the baby born of a virgin will be heard crying. Oh, since this light that loves me tells me so many things, I wish it would tell me where the happy mother is, that will give birth to the Son of God and the Messiah of his people. Barefooted I would travel all over the world, neither cold nor frost, neither dust nor heat, nor wild beasts nor hunger would prevent me from reaching her, and I would say to her, grant your servant and the servant of the servants of Christ to live under your roof. I will turn your millstone and your press. Use me as a slave to work your millstone and to watch your herds. Make me wash the napkins of your child. I will work in your kitchen, at your oven, wherever you wish, but receive me, that I may see him, and hear his voice, and receive his glance. And if she did not want me, I would live at her doorstep like a beggar, in cold and hot weather, just to hear the voice of the child Messiah and the echo of his laughter, and see him passing by, and perhaps one day he would offer me a piece of bread. Oh, if I were dying with hunger, and I were fainting because of extensive fasting, I would not eat that bread. I would hold it close to my heart like a bag of precious pearls, and I would kiss it to scent the perfumes of Christ's hand, and I would never be hungry or cold, because its touch would give me ecstasy and heat, ecstasy and food. You ought to be the mother of the Christ, since you love him so much. Is that why you wish to remain a virgin? Oh, no, I am misery and dust. I dare not lift my eyes towards the glory. That is why, rather than the double veil, beyond which I know dwells the invisible presence of Jehovah, I love looking into my heart. Over there is the terrible God of Sinai. Here, within me, I see our Father, a loving face that smiles and blesses me, because I am small like a little bird that the wind sustains without feeling its weight, and I am weak like the stem of a lily of the valley that can only bloom and smell sweetly and can present no other force to the wind but its scented and pure sweetness. God, my loving wind, not because of that, but because the Son of God and of a virgin, the Holy of the Most Holy One, can but like what in heaven he chose as his mother, and what on the earth speaks to him of his heavenly Father, purity. If the law pondered that, if the rabbis, who have complicated the law with all the quibbles of their teaching, turned their minds to higher horizons and aimed at supernatural things, deserting the human and lucrative affairs which cause them to forget the supreme end, they should above all make purity the main subject of their teaching, so that the King of Israel may find it when he comes, with the olive branches of the peaceful one, with the palms of the triumpher, spread lilies, lilies, lilies. How much blood the Saviour will have to shed to redeem us. How much indeed? From the thousands of wounds that Isaiah saw on the man of sorrows, a stream of blood is falling like dew from a porous vase. May this divine blood not fall where there is desecration and blasphemy, but into chalices of fragrant purity, that may receive it and gather it for the purpose of spreading it amongst the diseased and leprous souls, and amongst those who are dead to God. Give lilies to wipe with their pure petals the sweat and the tears of Christ. Give lilies for his keen desire of martyrdom. Oh, where will that lily be that will bear you? Where is the lily that will quench your parching thirst, that will become red with your blood, will die for the pain of seeing you dying, and will cry over your bloodless body? O Christ, Christ, my desire. Mary is now silent, weeping and overwhelmed. Anna is also silent for a little while, and then with her clear voice of a deeply moved old man, she asked, "Have you anything else to teach me, Mary?" Mary rouses. She must think, in her humility, that her teacher is reproaching her, and she exclaims, "Oh, forgive me, you are my teacher. I am nothing, but this voice comes from my heart. I watch over it to avoid speaking, but like a river that, under the fury of water, breaks its embankment, it has now overcome me and overflowed. Please pay no attention to my words and chastise my presumption. Words of mystery should remain in the depths of one's heart, which God helps in his goodness, I know. But this invisible presence is so sweet that I am filled with joy. Anna, please forgive your little servant." Anna embraces her while tears shine on her old, wrinkled, trembling face. The tears run along her wrinkles like water along an uneven ground that becomes a trembling swamp. But the old teacher does not provoke laughter. On the contrary, her crying excites the deepest respect. Mary is clasped in her arms, her little face against her teacher's breast, and it all finishes thus. Jesus says, Mary remembered God. She dreamt of God. She thought, she dreamt. She was only seeing again what she had seen in the splendor of God's heaven, in the instant she was created to be united to the body conceived on the earth. She shared with God one of God's properties, although in a lesser degree, as was fitting. That is the property of remembering, seeing and foreseeing, which is an attribute of the mighty and perfect intelligence not impaired by fault. Man was created in the image and likeness of God. One of the likenesses is the capability for the soul of remembering, seeing, and foreseeing. This explains the faculty for reading into the future. This faculty sometimes comes directly by God's will, Sometimes it is a power of recollection that rises like the sun in the morning, illuminating a point on the horizon of centuries already seen in the vision of God. Such mysteries are too deep to be fully understood by you, but consider. Can the supreme intelligence, the mind that knows everything, the sight that sees everything, give you something different from himself, having created you by an act of his will and the breath of his infinite love, and having made you his children both by your origin and your destination? He gives you it in an infinitesimal part, as the creature cannot contain the creator. But that part is perfect and complete, although infinitesimal. What a treasure of intelligence God gave man Adam. The fall impaired it, but my sacrifice reinstates it and opens the splendor of intelligence, its wealth, its science for you. How sublime is the human mind united to God by his grace, sharing with God the faculty of knowledge. The human mind united to God by grace. There is no other way. Those who inquisitively seek ultra-human secrets should remember that. All knowledge that does not come from a soul in grace, and is not in grace who is against God's law, which is very clear in his commandments, such knowledge comes from Satan. It seldom corresponds to the truth when human matters are concerned. It never corresponds to the truth with regard to superhuman matters. The demon is in fact the father of falsehood, and can but lead on to the path of falsehood. There is no other method of knowing the truth except the one that comes from God, who speaks and says or reminds, as a father reminds his son of his paternal house and says to him, "Don't you remember when you used to do this with me? You saw that. You heard something else. Don't you remember when I used to kiss you goodbye? Do you remember when you saw me for the first time and you admire the bright light on my face shining on your virginal soul, which having been just created by me, was still pure and free from the evil that later impaired you? Do you remember when you understood for the first time in a throb of love what love is, which is the mystery of our being and proceeding, and what the limited capability of a man in grace cannot reach, the spirit of science clarifies and teaches? But to possess the spirit, grace is needed. To possess truth and science, grace is required. To possess the Father, grace is necessary. Grace is a tent in which the three persons dwell. It is a propitiatory on which the eternal Father rests and speaks, not from within a cloud, but revealing his face to his faithful children. Saints and just people remember God. They remember the words they heard in the creating mind, and which the supreme goodness revives in their hearts to raise them like eagles to the contemplation of the truth and to the knowledge of time. Mary was full of grace. The whole one and trine grace was in her. The whole one and trine grace prepared her like a bride for the wedding, like a nuptial bed for the offspring, like a divine person for her maternity and mission. She closes the cycle of the prophetesses of the Old Testament and opens the period of the spokesman of God of the New Testament. True ark of the Word of God, looking into her immaculate heart, she discovered the words of eternal knowledge which the finger of God had written there, and she remembered, as all saints do, that she had already heard them when her immortal soul was being created by God Father, the creator of all living beings. And if she did not remember everything of her future mission, The reason is that God leaves some gaps in every human perfection according to a law of divine prudence, out of goodness and as a reward to creatures. Mary, the second Eve, had to achieve her part of merit in being the mother of Christ, with a faithful goodwill that God exacted also from his Christ to make him a redeemer. The spirit of Mary was in heaven. Her morale and her body were on the earth, and they had to tread on the earth and on the flesh to reach the spirit and join it to the spirit in a fruitful embrace. A note of mine. All day yesterday I thought I was going to see the news of the death of her parents being given to Mary by Zacharias. I do not know why. I also thought in my way that Jesus would have dealt with the point, remembrance of God by the saints. This morning when the vision started, I said to myself, here we are. They will now tell her that she is an orphan. And my heart was already trembling, because I would have experienced my own sadness of these past days. Instead, there has been absolutely nothing of what I thought I was going to see or hear. Not even one word by mistake. I am very happy about this, because it confirms that there is nothing of my own in this work, not even an honest suggestion with regard to one situation. It all comes from a different source. My continuous fear ceases. Until the next time, because I shall always be afraid of being deceived and deceiving. The Poem of the Man God. Volume 1, Chapter 11. Mary will confide her vow to the spouse God will give her. 3rd of September, 1944. What a terrible night. It seemed that the demons were raiding the world. Cannon shots, thunder and lightning, dangers, fears, the suffering because I was lying on a bed which was not mine. And in the middle of all this, there was Mary, like a sweet white flower amongst fire and troubles. She looked a little older than in yesterday's vision, but still a young girl with her plaits of fair hair over her shoulders. Her dress was white and her smile mild and coy, an intimate smile at the glorious mystery enclosed in her heart. I spent the night comparing her mild appearance with the ferocity of the world and meditating on her words of yesterday morning, a song of living charity as compared to the ferocious hatred of men. This morning in the quiet of my room I saw the following scene. Mary is still in the temple. She is now coming out with other virgins from the inner part of the temple. There must have been a ceremony because there is the scent of incense in the air of a red sunset. It must be late October because the sky, already serenely restful, as is usual in clear October days, is bending over the gardens of Jerusalem, where the yellow ochre leaves about to fall add gold red spots to the silvery green of the olive trees. The crowd, nay the host of white-dressed virgins, crosses the rear yard, then climbs the steps, goes through a porch and enters another square yard, not quite so splendid, without any other door except the one leading into it. It must be the yard allocated to the small dwellings of the virgins assigned to the temple, because each girl moves toward her cell, like a little dove to its nest. They look like a flock of doves that separate after gathering together. They are all speaking in low but joyful voices before separating. Mary is silent. Before leaving the others, she bids them goodbye affectionately, and then goes to her little room in a corner on the right-hand side. One of the teachers, an elderly lady but not so old as Anna of Panuel, joins her. "Mary, the high priest wants to see you." Mary looks at her somewhat surprised, but does not ask any questions. She only replies, "I will go at once." I do not know whether the large hall which she enters is the house of the high priest, or whether it is part of the dwellings of the women assigned to the temple. I know it is wide and bright, tastefully arranged. In addition to the high priest, a stately man in his robes, there are also Zacharias and Anna of Panuel. Mary bows down on the threshold and does not enter until the high priest says to her, "Come in, Mary, do not be afraid." Mary looks up again and slowly moves forward, not because she is unwilling, but because of a somewhat unintentional gravity, which makes her look more of a woman. Anna smiles at her to encourage her, and Zacharias greets her. "Peace to you, cousin." The high priest observes her very carefully, and then he remarks to Zacharias, "She is obviously of the stock of David and Aaron." "My child, I am aware of your grace and goodness. I know that every day you are growing in grace and knowledge before God and men. I know that the voice of God whispers his sweet words to your heart. I know that you are the flower of God's temple and that a third cherub is before the testimony since you were here. And I would like your perfume to continue to rise with the incense every day. But the law says differently. You are no longer a girl, but a woman, and every woman must be a wife in Israel to bear a son to the Lord. You shall follow the commandment of the law. Do not be afraid, do not blush. I am aware of your royalty. The law that prescribes that each man is to be given a woman of his own stock will protect you. But even if that were not the case, I would do so that your magnificent blood might not be corrupted. Don't you know anyone of your stock, Mary, who might be your husband?" Mary lifts her face full of blushes. Her eyes are shining with tears, which begin to appear, and with trembling voice she replies, "No, nobody." It is impossible for her to know anyone, because she came here in her childhood, and David's race has been struck too severely and scattered too widely to allow the various branches to gather like foliage around the royal palm, says Zacharias. "We shall then leave the choice to God." The tears that Mary had restrained so far gush out and fall on her trembling mouth. She looks imploringly at her teacher. "Mary has consecrated herself to the Lord for his glory and for the salvation of Israel. She was but a little child, just learning to read and write, and she had already made her vow," says Anne, helping her. "Is that why you are crying then? Not because you wish to resist the law?" "Just for that, nothing else. I shall obey you, priest of God." "This confirms what I have always been told of you. How long have you been consecrated to the Lord?" "I have always been, I think. I was not yet in this temple, and I had already given myself to the Lord." "But are you not the little one who came 12 years ago and asked me to be allowed to enter?" "Well, then, how can you say that you already belonged to God then?" "If I look back, I find I was consecrated. I do not remember when I was born, neither do I remember how I began to love my mother and to say to my father, 'Father, I am your daughter,' but I remember that I gave my heart to God, although I do not know when it started. Perhaps it was with the first kiss that I was able to give, with the first word that I learned to say, with the first step that I took. Yes, I think I find my first recollections of love with my first steady step. My house. Near the house there was a garden full of flowers, and there was an orchard and some fields. There was a spring of water at the rear, under the hill, and the water gushed out from a hollow rock that formed a grotto. It was full of long and thin herbs that hung down forming small green waterfalls everywhere, and they seemed to be weeping because the thin little leaves that seemed an embroidery work had tiny little drops of water on them, and when the drops fell they tinkled like little bells. Also, the spring seemed to be singing, and there were birds on the olive and apple trees above the spring, and white doves used to come and wash in the clear water of the fountain. I was no longer thinking of all that, because I had put all my heart in God, and with the exception of my father and mother, whom I loved in life and in death, every other worldly thing had disappeared from my heart. But you have made me think of it. I must find when I gave myself to God, and the things of my first years come back to my mind. I loved that grotto because I heard a voice sweeter than the song of the water and the warbling of the birds say to me, "Come, my beloved." I loved these herbs covered with tinkling and sparkling diamond drops because I could see in them the sign of my Lord, and I used to say to myself, "O soul of mine, see how great your God is. He who made the cedars of Lebanon for the eagles has also made these little leaves that bend down under the weight of a little mosquito, and he made them for the joy of your eyes and as a protection for your little feet." I loved that silence of pure things, the light breeze, the silvery water, the purity of the doves. I loved the peace that hovered over the little grotto and descended from the apple and olive trees, now full of blossom, then laden with beautiful fruit. And I do not know, the voice seemed to be saying to me, yes, just to me, "Come, specious olive, come, sweet apple, come, sealed spring, come, my dove." Sweet is the love of a father, sweet the love of a mother, sweet their voices calling me, but this one, oh, in the earthly paradise, I think that she who became guilty heard it thus, and I do not understand how she could prefer a hiss to this voice of love, how she could desire any other knowledge that was not God. With my lips, which still tasted of my mother's milk, but with my heart full of celestial honey, I then said, "Here I am coming, I am yours. No one will have my body but you, my Lord, neither will my soul have any other love." And while saying so, it seemed to me that I was saying over again things already said, and that I was fulfilling a rite already fulfilled, and the chosen spouse was not a stranger to me, because I already knew his ardour, and my sight had formed at his light, and my capacity for loving had been fulfilled in his embrace, when, I do not know, beyond life I would say, because I feel I always had him, and that he always had me, and that I exist because he wanted me for the joy of his spirit and mine. Now I obey you, O priest, but please tell me how I am to behave. I have neither father nor mother. Please be my guide.
God will give you your husband, and he will be a holy man, because you have entrusted yourself to God. You will tell him your vow.
And will he agree?
I hope so. Pray, my child, that he may understand your heart. Go now. May God always accompany you.
Mary withdraws with Anna. Zacharias stays with the high priest. The vision ends thus. The Poem of the Man God, Volume 1, Chapter 12. Joseph is appointed husband of the Virgin. 4th of September, 1944. I see a rich hall with a beautiful door, curtains, carpets, and inlaid furniture. It must be still part of the temple. There are priests in it, including Zacharias, and many men of every age, from 20 to 50 approximately. They are all talking in low but animated voices. They seem to be anxious about something I do not know. They are dressed in their best clothes,
which seem to be new or just recently washed, and they are obviously dressed for some special feast. Many have removed the piece of cloth covering their heads. Others still wear it, particularly the elder ones, whereas the young people show their bare heads, some dark blonde, some brown, some black, only one auburn. Their hair is mostly short, but some wear it long down to their shoulders. They do not all know one another, because they observe one another inquisitively, but they seem to be akin somehow, because it is clear that they are all concerned with the same matter. In a corner I can see Joseph. He is talking to a hale and hearty elderly man. Joseph is about 30 years old. He is a handsome man with short and rather curly hair, dark brown like his beard and his moustache, which cover a well-shaped chin and rise toward his rosy brown cheeks, which are not olive-colored as is normal in most people with a brown complexion. His eyes are dark, kindly, and deep, very serious, and perhaps somewhat sad. But when he smiles, as he does now, they become gay and young-looking. He is dressed in light brown, very simple, but very tidy. A group of young Levites come in, and they take up position between the door and the long, narrow table, which is against the same wall as the door, which is left wide open. A single curtain, hanging down to about 20 centimeters from the floor, is drawn to cover the empty space. The curiosity of the group increases. It grows more so when a hand pulls the curtain to one side to admit a Levite, who is carrying in his arms a bundle of dry branches, on which one in blossom is gently laid. It looks like a light foam of white petals, with a vague pinkish hue that spreads softer and softer from the center to the top of the light petals. The Levite lays the bundle of branches on the table very gently, to avoid detracting from the miracle of the branch full of flowers among so many dry ones. Whispering spreads in the hall. They all stretch their necks and sharpen their eyes to see. Zacharias, who is near the table with the other priests, also endeavors to see, but he can see nothing. Joseph, in his corner, gives a quick glance to the bundle of branches, and when the man he was speaking to says something to him, he shakes his head in denial and as if to say, "Impossible," and smiles. A trumpet is heard beyond the curtain. They all become quiet and turn in an orderly way toward the door, which is now completely clear as the curtain has been pulled to one side. The high priest enters surrounded by elders. They all make a deep bow. The pontiff goes to the table and begins to speak, standing up. "Men of the race of David, gathered here at my request, please listen. The Lord has spoken. Glory to be to him. From his glory a ray has descended, and like the sun in springtime, it has given life to a dry branch which has blossomed miraculously, whereas no other branch on earth is in bloom today. The last day of the Feast of Dedication and the snow that fell on the mountains in Judah has not yet melted, and everything is white between Zion and Bethany. God has spoken, and has made himself the father and the guardian of the Virgin of David, who has him alone as her protection. A holy girl, the glory of the temple, she deserved the word of God to learn the name of a husband agreeable to the Eternal One. And he must be very just to be chosen by the Lord as the protector of the Virgin so dear to him. For this reason, our sorrow in losing her is alleviated, and all worries about her destiny as a wife cease. And to the man appointed by God, we entrust with full confidence the Virgin, blessed by God and by ourselves. The name of the husband is Joseph of Jacob of Bethlehem, of the tribe of David, a carpenter in Nazareth in Galilee. Joseph, come forward. It is an order of the high priest." There is a lot of whispering. Heads move around, eyes cast inquisitive glances, hands make signs. there are expressions of disappointment and relief. Someone, particularly amongst the older people, must be happy that it was not his fate. Joseph, blushing and embarrassed, moves forward. He is now near the table, in front of the pontiff, whom he has greeted reverently. "Everyone must come here to see the name engraved on the branch, and everyone must take his own branch to make sure that there is no deception." The men obey. They look at the branch gently held by the high priest, and then each takes his own. Some break it, some keep it. They all look at Joseph. Some look and are silent. Others look and congratulate him. The elderly man to whom Joseph was speaking, therefore, exclaims, "I told you, Joseph, who feels less certain is the one who wins the game." They have all now passed before the pontiff. The high priest gives Joseph his branch in bloom. He lays his hand on his shoulder and says to him, "The spouse the Lord has presented you with is not rich, as you know, but all virtues are in her. Be more and more worthy of her. There is no flower in Israel as beautiful and pure as she is. Please all go out now. You, Joseph, stay here. And you, Zacharias, since you are her relative, please bring in the bride." They all go out except the high priest and Joseph. The curtain is drawn once again over the door. Joseph is standing in a very humble attitude, near the priest. There is silence, then the priest says to Joseph, "Mary wishes to inform you of a vow she made. Please help her shyness. Be good to her, who is so good." "I will put my strength and my manly authority at her service, and no sacrifice on her behalf will be heavy for me. Be sure of that." Mary enters with Zacharias and Anna of Panuel. "Come, Mary," says the pontiff. "Here is the spouse that God has destined to you. He is Joseph of Nazareth. You will therefore go back to your own town. I will leave you now. May God give you his blessing. May the Lord protect you and bless you. May he show his face to you and have mercy on you. May he turn his face to you and give you peace." Zacharias goes out escorting the pontiff. Anna congratulates Joseph, and then she goes out too. The betrothed are now facing each other. Mary, full of blushes, is standing with her head bowed. Joseph, who is also red in the face, looks at her and tries to find the first words to be said. He eventually finds them, and a bright smile lights up his eyes. He says, "I welcome you, Mary. I saw you when you were a little baby, only a few days old. I was a friend of your father's, and have a nephew, the son of my brother Alphaeus, who was a great friend of your mother. He was her little friend, because he is only 18 years old, and when you were not yet born he was only a little boy and cheered up your sad mother who loved him so much. You do not know us, because you were only a little girl when you came here, but everyone in Nazareth loves you, and they all think and speak of Joachim's little Mary, whose birth was a miracle of the Lord, who made the barren old lady blossom wonderfully. And I remember the evening you were born. We all remember it, because of the prodigy of a heavy rain that saved the country, and of a violent storm during which the thunderbolts did not damage even a stem of heather, and it ended with such a large and beautiful rainbow that the like has never been seen again. And then who does not remember Joachim's happiness? He dandled you, showing you to his neighbors, as if you were a flower that had descended from heaven. He admired you and wanted everyone to admire you. A happy old father who died talking about his Mary, who was so beautiful and good, and whose words were so full of wisdom and grace. He was quite right in admiring you and saying that there is no other woman lovelier than you are. And your mother, she filled your house and the neighborhood with her songs, and she sang like a skylark in springtime when she was carrying you. And afterwards, when she held you in her arms, I made a cradle for you, a tiny little cradle, with roses carved all over it, because your mother wanted it like that. Perhaps it is still in the house. I am old, Mary. When you were born, I was beginning to work. I was already working. I would never have believed that I was going to have you as a spouse. Perhaps your parents would have died a happier death if they had known, because they were my friends. I buried your father, mourning over his death with a sincere heart, because he was a good teacher to me. Mary raises her face, little by little taking heart, as she hears Joseph speak to her thus. And when he mentions the cradle, she smiles gently, and when Joseph speaks of her father, she holds out her hand to him and says, "Thank you, Joseph." A very timid and gentle thank you. Joseph holds her little jasmine hand in his short and strong hands of a carpenter, and he caresses it with an affection that expresses more and more confidence. Perhaps he is waiting for more words, but Mary is silent once again. He then goes on. As you know, your house is still intact, with the exception of the part that was demolished by order of the consul to build a road for the wagons of the Romans. But the fields, what is left of them, you know that, because of your father's illness, much of the property had to be disposed of, have been rather neglected. For over 3 years, the trees and the vines have never been pruned, and the land is untilled and hard. But the trees that saw you when you were a little girl are still there, and if you agree, I will at once take care of them. Thank you, Joseph, but you have your work. I will work in your orchard in the morning and in the evening. The days are getting longer and longer. By springtime, I want everything to be in order. For your happiness. Look, this is a branch of the almond tree near the house. I wanted to pick it. The hedge is so ruined that no one can enter anywhere, but I will remake it solid and strong. I wanted to pick it because I thought that if I should be the chosen one, you would have been pleased to have a flower from your garden. But I was not expecting to be the chosen one, as I am a Nazarite. And I have obeyed, because it is an order of the priest, not because I wish to get married. Here is the branch, Mary. With it I offer you my heart, that, like it, has bloomed up till now only for the Lord, and is now blooming for you, my spouse. Mary takes the branch. She is moved and looks at Joseph with a face that has become more and more confident and bright. She feels certain of him when he says to her, "I am a Nazarite." Her face becomes bright and she takes courage. Also, I am all of the Lord, Joseph. I do not know whether the high priest told you. He only told me that you are good and pure, that you wish to inform me of a vow, and that I must be good to you. Speak, Mary. Your Joseph wants you to be happy in all your desires. I do not love you with my body. I love you with my soul. Holy girl, given to me by God. Please see in me a father and a brother, in addition to a husband, and open your heart to me as to a father, and rely on me as on a brother. Since my childhood, I have consecrated myself to the Lord. I know this is not the custom in Israel, but I heard a voice requesting my virginity as a sacrifice of love for the coming of the Messiah. Israel has been waiting for him for such a long time. It is not too much to forego the joy of being a mother for that. Joseph gazes at her as if he wanted to read her heart. Then he takes her tiny hands, which are still holding the branch and blossom, and he says, I will join my sacrifice to yours, and we shall love the Eternal Father so much with our chastity that he will send his Saviour to the world earlier and will allow us to see his light shining in the world. Come, Mary, let us go before his house and Nazareth to prepare everything for you, in your house, if you wish to go there, or elsewhere if you wish so. In my house, there was a grotto down at the bottom. Is it still there? It is, but it is no longer yours. But I will build another one for you, where it will be cool and quiet during the hottest hours of the day. I will make it as much as possible identical to the older one. And tell me, whom do you want with you? Nobody. I am not afraid. Alphaeus' mother, who has always come to see me, will keep me company during the day. At night, I prefer to be alone. No harm can befall me. And now I am there too. When shall I come and get you? Whenever you wish, Joseph. Then I will come as soon as the house is ready. I will not touch anything. I want you to find it as your mother left it. But I want it to be bright and clean, to receive you without any sadness. Come, Mary, let us go and tell the Most High that we bless him. I do not see anything else, but I feel in my heart the sense of confidence that Mary feels. The Poem of the Man God, Volume 1, Chapter 13. Wedding of the Virgin and Joseph, 5th of September, 1944. How beautiful Mary is dressed as a bride, among her joyful friends and teachers. There is also Elizabeth amongst them. She is dressed in snow-white linen, so soft and refined that it looks like precious silk. She is wearing round a slender waist a burren-wrought belt in gold and silver, made of medallions held together by little chains. Each medallion is an embroidery of gold threads on heavy silver burnished by age. Probably because the belt is too long for her, still a gentle girl, the last 3 medallions hang down in the front and fall amongst the folds of the very wide dress that is so long as to form a sort of a train. On her feet she is wearing white leather sandals with silver buckles. Around her neck the dress is held by a chain of small gold roses and silver filigree, reproducing on a smaller scale the design of the belt. Running through large holes on a loosely cut neck, the chain gathers the cloth and forms a kind of small frill. Mary's neck emerges from the white pleated cloth with the grace of a stem, wrapped in a precious fabric, and seems even more slender and whiter than ever. The stem of a lily, ending in a lily-like face, which is even paler than usual for the excitement, and purer. The face of a most pure victim. Her hair no longer hangs over her shoulders. It is arranged in a knot of plaits in a charming style, and precious burnished silver hairpins, all made with embroidered filigree at the top, holds it in position. Her mother's veil is placed over the plaits, and it falls in beautiful folds under the precious thin plait that encircles her snow-white forehead. The veil falls down her sides, and since Mary is not as tall as her mother, it falls lower than her hips, whereas it reached Anne's waist. She has nothing on her hands, but is wearing bracelets on her wrists. Her wrists are so thin that the heavy bracelets of her mother cover the back of her hands and would fall to the ground if she tossed her hands. Her friends gaze upon her and admire her. They twitter gaily like sparrows, asking questions and expressing their admiration. Are they your mother's? They are antique, are they not? How beautiful, Sarah, this belt is. And what about this veil, Susan? How refined it is. Just look at those lilies woven in it.
Let me see your bracelets, Mary. Were they your mother's? Yes, she wore them, but they are of my father's mother. Oh, look, they have the seal of Solomon interwoven with thin little branches of palm and olive trees, and amongst these there are lilies and roses. Oh, who did such perfect and refined work? They belong to the house of David, explains Mary. The women of the family have worn them for centuries. When they get married, and they are left in heritage to the heiress. Certainly you are the heiress. Did they bring you everything from Nazareth? No, they did not. When my mother died, my cousin took my trousseau to her house to keep it safely. Now she has brought it back to me. Where is it? Where is it? Show it to your friends. Mary does not know what to do. She would like to be kind, but she is not anxious to pull out all the things which are nicely laid in 3 heavy trunks. Her teachers come to her help. The groom is about to arrive, they point out. This is not the moment to cause confusion. Leave Mary alone. You are tiring her. Go and get ready. The chattering group go away somewhat sulkily. Mary can now enjoy in peace the company of her teachers, who say words of praise and blessing to her. Also Elizabeth has come near, and as Mary, deeply moved, is crying because Anna of Panuel has called her daughter and has kissed her with a true motherly love, Elizabeth says to her, Mary, your mother is not here, and yet she is present. Her soul is rejoicing with yours. Look, the things that you are wearing are giving you her caresses once again. You can still find in them the flavor of her kisses. One day, a long time ago, the day you came to the temple, she said to me, I have prepared her dresses and her trousseau, because I wish to be the one who weaves her linens and makes her bridal dresses, so that I shall not be absent on the day of her joy. And listen, in the last days when I was assisting her, every evening she wanted to caress your first little dresses, and the ones you are now wearing, and she would say, I can smell the jasmine perfume of my little one, and I want her to perceive here the kiss of her mummy. How many kisses on this veil that is now shading your forehead. There are more kisses than threads. And when you will wear the cloth woven by her, just think that it was woven more by her motherly love than by the shuttle. And these jewels, also in hard circumstances, they were saved by your father for you, that you might be beautiful in this hour, as befits a princess of the house of David. Be happy and cheerful, Mary. You are not an orphan, because your parents are with you, and your husband is a father and a mother to you. Such is his perfection. Yes, that is true. I certainly cannot complain. In 2 months he has been here twice, and today he has come for the 3rd time, facing the rain and the windy weather, to take orders from me. Fancy, orders from me, who am a poor woman, and much younger than he is. And he has denied me nothing. He does not even wait for me to ask. I think an angel must tell him what I want, because he tells me before I can speak. The last time he said, Mary, I think that you prefer to stay in your father's house. Since you are a daughter heiress, you can do so if that is your wish. I will come to your house. However, in order to accomplish the rite, you will go for 1 week to my brother Alphaeus' house. Mary already loves you so much, and from there the procession will start that will make you to your house in the evening of the wedding day. Was that not very kind of him? It did not even matter to him if the people should say that he has not a house which I would like. I would have liked it, because he is there and he's so good. Certainly I prefer my own house because of memories. Oh, Joseph is so good. What did he say about your vow? You haven't told me yet. He made no objection. On the contrary, when I told him the reasons, he said, I will join my sacrifice to yours. He is a holy young man, says Anna of Panuel. The holy young man is coming in just now in the company of Zacharias. He is really magnificent, all dressed in gold yellow. He seems an Eastern sovereign. A splendid belt supports his bag and his dagger, the former of Morocco, embroidered in gold, the latter with a Morocco sheath and gold decorations. On his head he is wearing a turban that is the usual piece of cloth worn like a hood, as is still the customary amongst certain people in Africa, such as the Bedouins, and it is held by a precious ring, a thin wire of gold, to which there are tied some small bunches of myrtle. He has on a new mantle with fringes, and he wears it with great dignity. He is sparkling with joy. He has in his hands small bunches of myrtle in bloom. Peace to you, my spouse, he greets her. Peace to everyone. When he has received a reply to his greetings, he says, I saw your joy the day I gave you a branch from your garden. I thought I should bring you some myrtle, which I picked near the grotto you love so much. I wanted to bring you some of the roses that are already beginning to bloom near your house, but roses do not last long. After a journey of several days, I would have arrived here only with the thorns. And I want to offer you, my dear, only roses, and spread your way with soft-scented flowers, so that your feet may rest on them without touching anything dirty or harsh. Oh, thank you, you are so good. But what did you do to keep it so fresh? I tied the vase to the saddle, and I put in it the branches of the flowers in bud. During the journey, they have burst into flower. Here they are, Mary. May your forehead be garlanded with purity, the symbol of a bride, which, however, is much inferior to the purity of your heart. Elizabeth and the teachers adorn Mary with a little garland of flowers, which they form attaching to the precious ring the little white bunches of myrtle. And they insert small white roses, which they take from a vase placed on a small chest. Mary is on the point of taking her large white mantle to put it on her shoulders, but Joseph precedes her and helps her to fasten it at the top of her shoulders with 2 silver buckles. The teachers then arrange the folds with loving care. Everything is ready. While they are awaiting I do not know what, Joseph takes Mary to one side and says to her, I have pondered a lot on your vow these last days. I told you that I will share it with you, but the more I think of it, the more I realize that the temporary Nazaritism is not sufficient, even if renewed several times. I have understood you, Mary. I do not yet deserve the word of light, but a murmur of it comes to me, and it causes me to read your secret, at least in its main lines. I am a poor ignorant man, Mary, a poor workman. I know nothing of letters, and I have no treasures, but I place at your feet my treasure, my absolute chastity, forever, to be worthy of being beside you, Virgin of God, my sister spouse, enclosed garden, sealed fountain, as our ancestors say, who perhaps wrote the Song of Songs seeing you. I shall be the guardian of this garden of spices, in which are the most precious fruits, and from which a spring of living water gushes out in a gentle surge. Your kindness, O spouse, has conquered my soul with your innocence, O most beautiful one. You are more beautiful than dawn. You are a sun that shines because your heart shines.
you are full of love for your God and for the world, to which you wish to give a Saviour with your sacrifice of a woman. Come, my beloved spouse. And he takes her gently by the hand and leads her towards the door. All the others follow them, and outside the joyful companions, all dressed in white and wearing veils, join them. They go through yards and porches, among the crowds that watch them, up to a point that is not the temple, but seems to be a hall used for ceremonies, because there are lamps and rows of parchment, as in synagogues. They go as far as a tall lectern, almost a desk, and they wait. The others stand orderly behind them. Other priests and curious people gather at the end. The high priest enters solemnly. There is whispering amongst the curious crowd. Is he going to marry them? Because she's of royal and sacerdotal rank, a flower of David and Aaron. The bride is a virgin of the temple. The groom is of the tribe of David. The pontiff joins the right hand of the bride with the right hand of the groom, and he blesses them solemnly. May the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob be with you. May he join you and fulfill his blessing in you, giving you his peace and numerous descendants, with a long life and a happy death in the bosom of Abraham. He then withdraws, as solemn as when he entered. The promise has been exchanged. Mary is Joseph's spouse. They all go out, and they orderly move to a hall, where they stipulate the wedding contract, in which it is stated that Mary, the daughter heiress of Joachim of David and of Anne of Aaron, gives Joseph, as her dowry, her house and the estate attached to it, her personal property, and what she has inherited from her father. It is now all over. The betrothed go out into the yard, and they move toward the exit near the dwellings of the women assigned to the temple. A comfortable heavy wagon is waiting for them. A tent is laid over it as a shelter, and Mary's heavy trunks are already loaded on it. After farewell words, kisses and tears, blessings and advice, Mary gets into the wagon with Elizabeth, while Joseph and Zacharias sit in the front. They have taken off their best mantles and are all wearing dark ones. The wagon departs at the heavy trot of a big, dark horse. The temple walls and then the city walls are receding, and here is the country, new, fresh, blooming in the early springtime sunshine, with the corn a few inches off the ground, its little leaves, which look like emeralds, waving at the gentle breeze, which carries the scent of peach and apple flowers, of clover flowers, and of wild mint. Mary is weeping silently under her veil, and now and again she removes the tent and looks at the far-away temple and the city she has left. The vision ends thus. A footnote. In Israel, also at the time of Our Lady, a marriage comprised of two phases, the engagement and the wedding. The rite of the engagement, by which the marriage was essentially established, implied that the young couple should be blessed by a priest while holding each other's right hand. A legal contract was made in regard to property and rights. During this first phase, they did not live together. The wedding was the solemn accomplishment of the contract, and the couple began to live together. Jesus says, "What does the Book of Wisdom say?" Singing her praises. Within wisdom is a spirit intelligent, holy, unique, manifold, subtle. And it goes on, listing her endowments, ending the period with the words, almighty, all-surveying, penetrating all intelligent, pure, and most subtle spirits. She is so pure she pervades and permeates all things. She is a breath of the power of God, hence nothing impure can find a way into her. Image of his goodness. Although alone she can do all, herself unchanging, she makes all things new. She passes into holy souls. She makes them friends of God and prophets. You have seen how Joseph, not by human culture, but by supernatural education, can read in the sealed book of the Immaculate Virgin, and how he borders upon prophetic truths by his seeing a superhuman mystery where others could only see a great virtue. Since he is imbued with this wisdom, which is a breath of the power of God and a definite emanation of the Almighty, he sails with a secure spirit the sea of this mystery of grace, which is Mary. He penetrates with her spiritual contacts, in which, rather than the lips, the two spirits speak to each other in the sacred silence of their souls, where God only can hear voices and those who are well liked by God, because they are his faithful servants and are full of him. The wisdom of the just man, which increases by his union and closeness to Mary, full of grace, prepares him to penetrate the deepest secrets of God, and enables him to protect and defend them from the snares of man and demon. And in the meantime it invigorates him. It makes the just man a saint, and the saint the guardian of the spouse and of the Son of God. Without removing the seal of God, he, a chaste man, now elevating his chastity to angelical heroism, can read the words of fire written by God on the virginal diamond, and he reads what his wisdom does not repeat, but is greater than what Moses read on the stone tablets. And to prevent profane eyes from prying into the mystery, he places himself, seal upon seal, as an archangel of fire on the threshold of paradise, within which the Eternal Father takes his delight, walking in the cool of the evening and talking to her who is his love. Garden of lilies in bloom, air scented with perfumes, fresh morning breeze, lovely star, delight of God. The new Eve is there in front of him, not bone of his bones, nor flesh from his flesh, but companion of his life, living ark of God, whom he receives in guardianship, and whom he must return to God as pure as he received her. Spouse to God was written in the immaculate pages of that mystical book. And when in the hour of trial suspicion hissed its torture, he suffered as a man and as a servant of God, and as no man suffered because of the suspected sacrilege. But this was to be the future trial. Now in this time of grace, he sees and he puts himself at the most true service of God. Then the storm of the trial will come, as for all saints, to be tested and made coadjutors of God. What do you read in Leviticus? Tell Aaron your brother that he must not enter the sanctuary beyond the veil in front of the throne of mercy that is over the ark. Whenever he chooses, he may die, for I appear in a cloud on the throne of mercy, unless he has done these things first. He will offer a young bull for a sacrifice for sin, and a ram for holocaust. He is to wear a linen tunic and cover his nakedness with a linen girdle. And Joseph really enters the sanctuary of God. When, and as far as God wants, beyond the veil that conceals the ark, on which the Spirit of God hovers, and he offers himself and will offer the lamb, a holocaust for the sin of the world, and in expiation of such sin. And he does that, dressed in linen, and mortifying his virile limbs to abolish their faculty of sensation, which once, at the beginning of time, did triumph, impairing the rights of God on man, and which will now be crushed in the Son, in the Mother, and in the putative Father, to lead men back to grace and restore the right of God on man. He does that with his perpetual chastity. Was Joseph not on Golgotha? Do you think he is not amongst the co-redeemers? I tell you solemnly that he was the first, and therefore he is great in the eyes of God, great for his sacrifice, his patience, his perseverance, his faith. Which faith is greater than this one that believed without seeing the miracles of the Messiah? Praise be to my putative Father, an example to you of what you lack most: purity, faithfulness, and perfect love. Praise be to the magnificent reader of the sealed book, imbued with wisdom to be able to understand the mysteries of grace, and chosen to protect the salvation of the world from the snares of all enemies.
The Poem of Man-God, Volume 1, Chapter 14. Joseph and Mary arrive in Nazareth. 6th of September, 1944. A very blue sky of a mild February is over the hills of Galilee. The gentle hills that I have never seen in the early history of Mary are now instead as familiar to me as if I were born there. The main road is fresh-looking because of last night's rain, and it is neither dusty nor muddy. It is hard and clean as if were the streets of a town, and it runs between two hedges of hawthorn in bloom. The hedges are so white that they look like a snowfall. The scenery is broken by the monstrous conglomerations of cacti, with thick leaves like palettes, spiked with stings and decorated with the huge grenades of their peculiar fruits, grown without stem on the top of the leaves. Because of their color and shape, the cactus leaves always gives me the impression of sea depths and coral reefs, of jellyfish and other deep sea animals. Beyond the hedgerows, there is the country. The purpose of the hedges is to fence in the grounds of the various owners, and thus they stretch in every direction, forming a strange geometrical design of curves and angles, lozenges, squares, semicircles, and the most unbelievable acute and obtuse angled triangles. A design all spread in white, like a strange ribbon thrown over the country just for fun, and over which hundreds and hundreds of birds fly, chirp, sing in the joy of love, while working to build their nests. In the fields, the corn is taller than in Judea. The meadows are full of flowers, and there are hundreds of fruit trees all in full bloom that look like clouds of vegetables, white, red, pink, with all gradations of these colors. They seem to be an answer to the light clouds in the sky, which the setting sun paints pink, light lilac, periwinkle violet, opal blue, and coral orange. With the light evening breeze, the first petals fall from the trees in blossom, and they seem a swarm of little butterflies searching for pollen on wild flowers. And from tree to tree, there are festoons of vines still barren, except at the top of the festoons, where there is more sunshine and the first little innocent, surprised, trembling leaves are beginning to open. The sun is setting peacefully in the sky, which is so benign in its deep blue. The light makes it even more limpid and causes the snow on Mount Hermon and other faraway mountain tops to shine. A wagon is moving along the road. It is the wagon that is carrying Joseph, Mary, and her cousins. Their journey is at an end. Mary is looking with eagerness of those who want to know, nay, want to recognize what they have already seen, but can no longer remember, and they smile when a faint memory comes back to them and rests, like a light, on this or that thing, on this or that point. Elizabeth, Zacharias, and Joseph help her to remember, pointing to various places and houses. Nazareth is already showing its houses, spread out on the undulation of its hills. Lit up from the left by the setting sun,
It shows the white of its low, wide little houses bordered in pink and surmounted by terraces. Some of them, fully illuminated by the sun, seem to be near a fire. So red are the fronts of the houses because of the sun, that also lights up the water of the ponds and of the low wells, with practically no parapets, and from which squeaky pails of water being pulled up for the houses, as well as water bags for the orchards. Children and women rush to the side of the road and look into the wagon and greet Joseph, who is well known to them. But they are somewhat embarrassed and shy with regard to the other 3 travellers. But when the wagon enters the little town, there is no longer any embarrassment or shyness. Many people of all ages are gathered at the entrance of the village under a rustic arch of flowers and branches, and there is an outburst of shrill voices and a tossing of branches and flowers as soon as the wagon appears from behind the corner of the last house, lying before it in the country. It is the women, girls and children of Nazareth, greeting the bride. The men, more grave, are standing behind the excited and shouting crowd, and they are greeting solemnly. The wagon is not covered now by the tent, which is removed before reaching the village, both because the sun was no longer annoying them, and to enable Mary to see her native land. Mary thus appears in all the beauty of a lovely flower, white and blonde like an angel. She smiles lovingly at everybody, at the children who throw her flowers and kisses, at the girls of her own age who call her by name, at the elderly women who bless her with their cheerful voices. She bows to the men, and particularly to one who is perhaps the rabbi or the elder of the town. The wagon proceeds slowly along the main road, followed for a considerable distance by the crowd, for whom the arrival is an event. "There's your house, Mary," says Joseph, pointing with his whip to a little house which is just under the edge of an undulation of the hill. Behind the house there is a lovely large kitchen garden, all in bloom, at the end of which there is a small olive grove. Behind the olive grove there is the usual boundary hedge of hawthorn and cactus. The fields that once belonged to Joachim are farther behind. "As you can see, very little is left for you," says Zacharias. "Your father's illness was a long and expensive one. Also, the expenses to repair the damage done by the Romans were heavy. See, the road took away the 3 main rooms, and the house was cut down in size. In order to enlarge it, without excessive expenses, a part of the mountain was adapted, where the grotto is. Joachim kept his supplies there, and Anne her looms. You will do as you think best." "Oh, it does not matter if only little is left. It will be sufficient for me. I will work." "No, Mary," it is Joseph who is speaking. "I will work. You will do nothing but weave and sew things for the house. I am young and strong, and I am your husband. Please do not humiliate me with your work." "I shall do as you wish." "Yes, in this case I do want it. In everything else your wishes are the law, but not in regard to this." They have arrived. The wagon stops. 2 women and 2 men, about 40 and 50 years of age respectively, are at the entrance, and many children and young boys are with them. "May God give you peace, Mary," says the elder man, and one of the women approaches Mary, embracing and kissing her. "He is my brother Alphaeus, and she is Mary his wife, and these are their children. They have come to greet you, and to tell you that their house is yours if you wish so," says Joseph. "Yes, come, Mary, if it is painful for you to live by yourself. The country is beautiful in springtime, and our house is in the middle of fields full of flowers, and you will be the loveliest flower there," says Mary of Alphaeus. "Thank you, Mary. I would come so willingly, but I am so anxious to see and recognize my own home. I left it when I was a little girl, and I have forgotten what it is like. Now I have found it again, and I feel I have found also my lost mother, my beloved father, and that I can hear the echo of their words. And I smell the perfume of their last breathing. I feel I am no longer an orphan, because once again I have around me the embrace of these walls. Please understand me, Mary. Mary's voice trembles, and her eyes begin to shine with tears. Mary of Alphaeus replies to her, "As you wish, my dear. I want you to feel that I am your sister and friend, and also a mother to you, since I am so much older than you are." The other woman has come forward. "Hello, Mary. I am Sarah, your mother's friend. I saw you being born, and this is Alphaeus, Alphaeus' nephew and a great friend of your mother. What I did for your mother I am willing to do for you, if you wish so. See, my house is the nearest to yours, and your fields are now ours. But if you want to come, come whenever you wish. We will open a passage through the hedge, and we shall be together. Yet each of us will be at home. This is my husband." "Thank you all for everything. Thank you for all the good you did to my parents and for your love for me. May God the Almighty bless you for it." The heavy trunks are unloaded and carried into the house. They go in. I now recognize the little house of Nazareth, as it was during the life of Jesus. Joseph takes Mary by her hand and they go in. On the threshold, he says to her, "And now, on this threshold, I want a promise from you, that whatever may happen to you, whatever you may need, there is no other friend whom to apply to but Joseph, and that for no reason whatsoever may you worry all by yourself. Remember that I am everything for you, and it will be a joy for me to make your life happy. And since happiness is not always in our power, I will at least make it peaceful and safe." "I do promise, Joseph." The door and windows are opened. The last searching rays of the sun enter. Mary has now taken off her mantle and veil, because with the exception of the myrtle flowers, she has still her bridal dress on. She then goes into the kitchen garden in bloom. She looks and smiles. Still held by the hand by Joseph, she goes round the garden. She looks as if she were taking possession of a lost place. And Joseph shows her his work. "See, I dug a hole here to gather the rainwater, because these vines are always thirsty. I cut off the oldest branches of this olive tree to strengthen it, and I transplanted these apple trees because 2 of them had withered. Over there I planted some fig trees. When they grow up, they will shelter the house both from the excessive heat of the sun and from inquisitive people. The pergola is the old one. I only changed the rotten poles, and I did some trimming. It will give you a lot of grapes, I hope. And here, look." And he leads her proudly towards the side of the hill at the back of the house, which limits the northern side of the garden. "Here I dug a grotto, and I have reinforced it, and when these little plants take roots, it will be most identical to the one you had. There is no spring, but I hope to convey a little stream there. I will work in the long summer evenings when I come to see you." "What do you mean?" asks Alphaeus. "Are you not getting married this summer?" "No, Mary wants to weave her woolen cloths, the only things missing from her trousseau, and I agree with her. Mary's so young that it does not matter if we wait for a year or more. In the meantime, she will get used to the house." "Well, you have always been somewhat different from other people, and you still are. I do not know who would not be in a hurry to get married to a beautiful flower like Mary, and you are delaying things by months." "A joy, awaited for a long time, is a joy to be taken delight in more intensely," replies Joseph with a gentle smile. His brother shrugs his shoulders and asks, "Well then, when are you thinking of getting married?" "When Mary's 16, after the Feast of the Tabernacles. The winter evenings will be sweet for the newlyweds."
And he smiles again, looking at Mary. A smile of a gentle secret understanding. A smile of a brotherly chastity, giving comfort. He then resumes his tour of the garden. This is the big room under the mountain. If you agree, I will use it as a workshop when I come here. It is joined to the house, but not in the house, so I will not annoy you with noises and disorder. However, if you wish otherwise—
No, Joseph, that is perfectly all right.
They go back into the house and light the lamps. Mary is tired, says Joseph. Let us leave her in peace with her cousins. They all say goodbye and go out. Joseph stays for a few moments and speaks to Zacharias in a low voice. Your cousin is leaving Elizabeth with you for a while. Are you happy? I am, because she will help you to become a perfect housewife. With her, you will be able to arrange your things and your furniture, and I will come every evening to help you. With Elizabeth, you can purchase the wool and whatever you may need, and I will see to the expenses. Remember, you have promised to come to me for everything. Goodbye, Mary. Sleep the first night as the landlady of this house, and may the angel of God make your sleep peaceful. May the Lord be always with you.
Goodbye, Joseph. May you also be under the wings of God's angel. Thank you, Joseph, for everything. As far as I can, I will requite your love with mine.
Joseph says goodbye to her cousins and goes out, and the vision ends with him. The Poem of the Man God, Volume 1, Chapter 15. Conclusion to the Pre-Gospel. Jesus says, the cycle is over. It has been so sweet and gentle, and with it your Jesus has taken you out of the turmoil of these days without any shock. Like a baby enveloped in soft woolen swaddling clothes and laid on soft cushions, you have been immersed in those blissful visions so that you might not perceive the cruelty of men who hate instead of loving one another, and be terrorized by such ferocity. You could no longer endure certain situations, and I do not want you to die because of them, because I take care of my mouthpiece. The reason why victims have been tortured by utter despair is about to cease in the world. Therefore, Mary, the time of your dreadful suffering for too many reasons, in such strong contrast with your feelings, will come to an end as well. But your suffering will not cease. You are a victim. But part of it, the latter, will cease. Then the day will come when I will say to you, as I said to Mary of Magdala when she was dying, rest. It is now time for you to rest. Give me your thorns. It is now time for roses. Rest and wait. I bless you, O blessed soul. That is what I was saying to you, and it was a promise which you did not understand, as the time was approaching when you were to be immersed, rolled over, chained, and filled with thorns. In deepest darkness, I am repeating that to you now, with the joy which only the love which I am can feel when it can stop one of its beloved from suffering. I am now telling you that the time of sacrifice is ceasing, and I, who know, say to you, on behalf of the world which does not know, on behalf of Italy, of Viareggio, of this little village where you brought me, meditate on the meaning of these words. I say to you, thanks, as is due to holocausts for their sacrifices. When I showed you Cicely, the virgin spouse, I told you that she became impregnated with my perfumes, behind which she dragged her husband, brother-in-law, servants, relatives, friends. You played the role of Cicely in this mad world, and you do not know, but I am telling you, I, who know, You became saturated with me, with my word. You informed people of my desires, and the best among them understood and following you a victim. Many more have risen. And if your fatherland and the places dearer to you are not completely ruined, that is due to the fact that many victims have been consumed after your example and your ministry. Thank you, my blessed one, but go on. I have great need to save the earth, to buy the earth again, and you victims are the money. May wisdom which taught saints and teaches you directly elevate you more and more in the understanding of the science of life and in its practice. Pitch your little tent near the house of the Lord. Nay, pitch the pegs of your own dwelling in the abode of wisdom, and live there without ever coming out. You will rest under the protection of the Lord who loves you, like a bird among flowery branches, and he will shelter you from all spiritual storms, and you will be in the light of the glory of God, from whom words of peace and truth will descend for you. Go in peace. I bless you, O blessed soul. Immediately afterwards, Mary says, a present to Mary for her feast from Mother, a chain of presents, and if there are some thorns amongst them, do not complain to the Lord who has loved you as he has loved few people. I told you at the beginning, write about me. All your sorrows will be comforted. You can now see that it was true. This gift had been put aside for this time of excitement, because we do not take care only of the spirit, but we also look after matter, which is not the queen, but a useful servant to the spirit in fulfilling its mission. Be grateful to the Most High, who is really a father to you, also in an affectionately human sense, and lulls you with sweet ecstasies to conceal from you what would frighten you. Love me more and more. I have led you into the secrecy of my early years. You now know everything about Mother. Love me as daughter and sister in our destiny of victims, and love God and Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, with perfect love. The blessing of the Father, of the Son, and of the Spirit passes through my hands, is scented with my motherly love for you, and it descends and rests upon you. Be supernaturally happy.